I lost my pen. Oh, there it is. Gotta take notes, Coach. I can't just do it off the top of my head.
Tom Emmerich, please report to the long jump.
Oh, this is way different.
If you're out in the stadium, please report to the long jump.
See that Rebella, the pole vaulter? See having it down here? I can't tell because I thought he was vaulting this or better last year. I'm on. Test, test.
Welcome to the Arrowhead Sectional Track Meet, Division 1. The qualifiers today are people who qualified who placed in the top 4 at the Oconomowoc Regional and the Milwaukee-Pulaski Regional. I'm here with Dan Held, and we are doing our broadcast. We do not have capability of having a field camera. We aren't going to be able to give video of the jumps, the long jump, triple jump, or shot and disc. They are located too far out of our range. And also, because of the weather, the pole vault and the high jump have moved indoors, and so we will not be having that, but we'll be giving reports. With that said, it's now 4:05, and they just started the field events, so I will give a little rundown on here on the girls' high jump. That's just beginning, and that's indoors in the Arrowhead West Gym. The qualifiers are Destiny Mitchell from Milwaukee Riverside, Olivia Thiessen from Nicolay, Sylvie Zaganek of Sussex Hamilton, Gretchen Grishar of Whitefish Bay, Josie Smith of Brookfield East, Frances Malloy of Wauwatosa West, Anna Britz of Whitefish Bay, and Regan Scott of Brookfield East. The top jump from regionals was Regan Scott at 5'1", won the Oconomowoc Regional, and Anna Britz won the Pulaski Regional also at 5'1", and they'll be the top 2 jumpers in that competition. Dan, do you want to do the guys' high jump?
Love to. So for the boys, we have Caleb Lee from Whitefish Bay, Will Horton from Milwaukee King, James Hughes.
Milwaukee.
Hang on one second here. You have the BR. Fred? So we just want to make sure we have his school correct.
Bradley Tech.
Bradley Tech, sorry about that. So James Hughes from Milwaukee Bradley Tech, Isaiah Gibson from Sussex Hamilton, John Kubish from Arrowhead, Trip Walsh from Arrowhead, Michael Strakansky from Whitefish Bay, and Sarek Krug from Tosa West. We've got Isaiah, John, Trip, Michael, and Sarek all at 6 feet from their regionals. Trip Walsh was at a conference, he went 6'6". So
He's
fourth in the state. Yeah. So, Coach, question for you: they're doing this indoors. Not that you're a jumper, but is it a little different indoors than out? I mean, I know it's a different surface, but how does that impact the athletes, do you think?
Yeah, you know, they're certainly going to take more running approaches on the indoor surface. The floor in there is a tartan surface, but it's a smooth tartan, and they're not going to be able to wear spikes on it, so that's the difference. You know, these athletes have some very good jump coaches, and they'll know how to make the adjustments, but I think they were all in there early and you know, checking out the footing and how that approach is going to end up to be. So you know, and in all honesty, probably that's a surface that early season in March when they couldn't get outdoors, that's a surface they practiced on, and some of the indoor meets were also on that kind of a surface. So yeah, it's an adjustment in there, but you know, it's not foreign to them because they were doing it a few months ago.
Yeah, and I guess that you really have no choice, right? With the weather forecast earlier when they're scheduling this, it looked like we'd be under thunderstorms right now. So you look at the cameras, if you're streaming with us right now, you look and it's nice out. Why are they indoors? But they had to make this call a long time ago. They couldn't just move the mats in 20 minutes and set it up.
And the forecast, you know, they didn't want to get a half hour into the event and then have it be heavy showers and then try to stop and move the pits or delays with that. Talking about our other indoor event, and that's the pole vault. The girls' pole vault, the 8 qualifiers are Bridget Spears of Whitefish Bay, Alina Hildebrand of Nicolet, Sophia DeZengel of Nicolet, Morgan Lee of Oconomowoc, Michaela Pardoon of Arrowhead, Sophie Harriet of Arrowhead, Ryan Wesley of Whitefish Bay, and Peyton Berryman of Homestead. The 3 top jumps in here are Berryman at 12.9 from regionals, an exceptional jump. Ryan Wesley, 12 feet from Whitefish Bay. Sophie Harriet, 12 feet. And Michaela Pardoon, 11.9. And to give you some information how competitive this event is compared to the rest of the state, Peyton Berryman has the #1 jump in the state with their 12.9. Ryan Wesley and Sophie Harriet are tied for 3rd at 12 feet. Michaela Pardoon is 5th ranked in the state at 11.9, and Morgan Lee is 15th ranked at 11 feet.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Coach. We talked about it a few minutes ago offline. Top 3 in each event go on to state. And then it's a matter of efforts based on the top 8.
Top 8. After they've the top 24 have automatically been determined with the top 3 in each of the 8 sectionals, then it becomes a 4th place finisher or even a 5th place finisher if their performance equals or beats on the 8th best performance that's automatically in there, then they would go on and qualify. And certainly in an event like the pole vault, where you know they're going to be going at 3-inch increments, that you know, 11.9 for instance for Michaela Pardoon right now, she's ranked 4th, but an 11.9 might be tying with 8th best, 7th best, or something like that, and she would make it on as an extra qualifier.
Yeah, so throughout the night as we talk about top 3 qualifying automatically, there's always that opportunity to get into the state meet based on efforts. So going to the boys pole vault, we've got Micah Packman from Nicolet, Jacob Albert from Nicolet, Sam Berndt from Sussex Hamilton, Ethan Schupper from Nicolet, Max Rabella from Arrowhead, Logan Cluck from Homestead, and Ashton Moody from Oconomowoc. And like the girls pole vault, we've got a pretty good field here too. Sam Berndt is currently 13th ranked in the state from Sussex Hamilton. Max Rabella is 5th ranked at a 15-foot 1-inch jump vault. Logan Cluck from Homestead is 10th in the state. And Ashton Moody is currently the 3rd ranked pole vaulter based on his effort at, looks like 15.4 from Oconomowoc. So again, we're going to have a pretty deep field. And I guess I should also add, even though Ethan Schupper is not currently ranked in the state, he's at 12.6 and 4th in this sectional.
And one other thing about these rankings, this is overall in the state, so I know that the top performance for the pole vault is a Division II athlete from Milwaukee Pius. So as far as Division I goes on there, those guys actually rank higher than that. Now we're going to the girls' long jump. Our qualifiers are Lolo Kolawale of Whitefish Bay, Essence Burrows of Whitefish Bay, Brooke Flegner of Oconomowoc, Taryn Tom of Brookfield East, Carly Vermeulen of Arrowhead, Olivia Thiessen of Nicolet, Vanessa Ford of Milwaukee King, and Delaney Menninger of Menominee Falls. Delaney has the best jump from regionals at 16 feet 8 inches. Essence jump at the regionals was 16 feet, but she is currently on the state honor roll, overall state honor roll, all three divisions, as the 25th best jumper in the state at 17.4 and a quarter. So even though she's coming into the meet as the 7th best jump from regionals, she overall has the best jump out of this whole field.
My sleeper in that event is Lola Kolawale. So we watch her. She'll be lighting it up on the track later in the running events, but Coach and I have been able to see her run at Myram, and she's just amazing. So see what she can do in the jump. Boys long jump, we have Nate White from Milwaukee King, Daryl Moore from Milwaukee King, Landon Galloon from Whitefish Bay, Philip Johnson from Milwaukee Riverside, Caden Finger from Oconomowoc, Connor Doyle from Oconomowoc, Alex Eichman from Sussex Hamilton, and Evan Redding from Menominee Falls. Nate White at 22-foot 6-inch jump places him 9th best in the state. We've got Alex Eichman from Sussex Hamilton, 12th currently in the state, and Evan Redding from Menominee Falls is currently 4th in the state at 22, 11 and 3/4.
That's going to be a great competition. As well, the girls triple jump. The qualifiers from regionals are Mackenzie Stacy of Nicolay, Ariana Cobb, Milwaukee Riverside, Liz Gata, Whitefish Bay, Essence Burrows, Whitefish Bay, Sheba Bentham Mensa of Homestead, Elena Katsanis, of Sussex Hamilton, Haley Canitz of Menominee Falls, and Anissa Barnett of Homestead. Anissa Barnett is a freshman. She had the best jump from regionals at 36 feet 6.5 inches. As far as state rankings go right now, Anissa is ranked 3rd in the state with a best jump this season of 37 feet 6 inches, and Haley Canitz is 11th ranked in the state with the best jump of 36 feet 2 3/4 inches.
And for the boys triple jump, we have Garen Davis from Milwaukee Tech, Latrell Rowell from Milwaukee Tech, Austin Anawanu from Milwaukee King, Daryl Moore from Milwaukee King, Dylan Wendt, Brookfield East, Bennett Kinney from Brookfield East, Colin McGinley from Homestead, and J.V. Miles from Germantown. J.V. Miles currently #1 triple jumper in the state at 47.3. Colin McGinley is at 13 and Bennett Kinney 14. So we're seeing one of the state's best today.
In the discus for the girls, the qualifiers from regionals are Melissa Bopilo of Milwaukee Riverside, Taylor Ivy of Milwaukee Marshall, Grace Reimers, Whitefish Bay, Joy Amahi of Milwaukee King, Kira Fax, Tosa West, Faith Uruchalo, Brookfield East, Maddie McGath, Brookfield East, and McKenna Sepik of Oconomowoc. McKenna had the best throw at the regionals, 122 feet 6 inches, and that ranks her currently 18th in the state. And Maddie had a throw of 120 feet, and that ranks her as 23rd in the state. So those two are pretty heavy favorites in here, with the top 2 rankings and being as state ranked.
In the boys discus, we have Nick Jornt from Whitefish Bay, Donovan Jackson, Milwaukee King, Bobby Jackson from Nicolay, Sebastian Kubas from Oconomowoc, Brandon Ralstad from Oconomowoc, Adam Beck, Menominee Falls, Nick Blatnick from Arrowhead, and Joe Brunner from Whitefish Bay. Joe Brunner is currently 9th in the state at 166.10, and Nick Blatnick is 15th in the state at 162.2.
And I might say on there, those were throws that they had at the regional meet. So if there's ever a better time to have your best throws, now's the season for doing that. Okay, moving on to the girls' shot put. We've got Joy Amahi, Milwaukee King, Kai Oswell, Milwaukee Marshall, Grace Reimers, Whitefish Bay, Katina McClin, Nicolay, Faith Aruchalo, Brookfield East, Maddie McGath, Brookfield East, McKenna Sepik, Oconomowoc, and Kira Fax, Cosa West. Kira Fax has the best throw from regionals of 37 feet, 2.5 inches. She's just a freshman. And the second best throw was only an inch behind her, and that was McKenna Sepik of Oconomowoc. So those two are the favorites, and will be dueling it out in the shot.
In the boys' shot put, Donovan Jackson, Milwaukee King, Christopher Bryant, Milwaukee Marshall, Bobby Jackson, Nicolay, Aiden Prunskis from Homestead, Colby Horn, Sussex Hamilton, Wilson Kaltz, Oconomowoc, Nick Blatnick from Arrowhead, and Joe Brunner from Whitefish Bay. Joe Brunner is 18th in the state at 52.7, and Nick Blatnick 17th at 52.8. So again, those two also Discus will be battling it out. They are the two favorites in both of those events.
Now that we've given you the rundown, we're still about 25 minutes until the first running event. The first running event will be the 4x8 relay. The 4x8 relay will take place, and then there will be a 30-minute break, and that is placed in there because many of these athletes, if they're in the 4x8 relay, might be doubling back in the 1600, and they have a set amount of an adequate amount of recovery time until that 1600. So that's why there is that delay. You may be wondering if it's maybe a weather delay or anything like that, but that's not the case at all. A few things that we should talk about in here. I know throughout the season, especially we did the conference, Dan, and it was such a big concern about how many points you can get in order to win the conference, and it's so important to get that team championship. Today, it is more about talking about getting your qualifiers onto state. And again, it's the top three. This is one heck of a loaded regional. And as we talked about, all the athletes that are on the honor roll on there, it certainly bears that out. But it's more talking about qualifiers.
Yeah, and along with the qualifiers, I was going to bring up some events, though, too. It's not just qualifying, though. You want to qualify with a good seed time. So in the 4x8, there are two seeds at stake, or two heats at stake, correct, Coach?
Yes.
So you want to run a fast time today. So as a sectional qualifier, if you're in the top three, you want to be fast enough to get in the fast heat at state. And the same with the 1600 and some of these other events. So you're going to look, it's going to be interesting to see people. They can't just cruise to victory or cruise if they're in the top three if they're not running a fast enough time. They're going to want to keep pushing it. So it's you're right. You want to get as many people through per team, but you also want to make sure you run or have an effort well enough that's going to get you in that fast heat.
Exactly. The fast sections we're talking about, and you mentioned in there that would be the distance races, a 4x8 relay. It's a time final. There will be 12 teams in the first section, and that's actually the 12 slowest teams, and then there'll be the 12 fastest teams in the fast section. And you want to be in there. You want to be in that mix of that fast section. So the coaches are going to be checking the results from all the different sectionals, hoping that not only that they qualify and that they can make that fast section. Now that bears out to be true in the 800 as well. It's timed finals, 2 sections, a faster section and a slower section, 12 in each. In the 1600, the same thing. But, however, in the 3200, all 24 qualifiers will be running in the same race. So that is the situation. when it gets to all of the other track races, it will be situations of they have to run a prelims at state. However, you still want to try to get a great qualifying time.
Yeah, and then, excuse me, they're not going to be racing now. And if they qualify today, they'll have about a week or so off. So, you want to have your best effort today, regroup. You've got a full week to recover and prep for state. Where regionals, you're coming back 2 days later and racing again. So, to your point, they're still, even though they have prelims, they're still going to want to give their best effort today.
And at the state, when they go to determine the prelims, it's also seed according to your time. So you want to get a good seed line in there for the prelims at state. So there's no kind of sense of I'm qualified at third and I can coast at home. They still will be putting the hammer down.
Yeah, and we were just going through the field event competitors, and we talked about a lot of the state rankings many of the athletes have. Same's going to go for the running events. A lot of state ranked athletes out here today, and why I bring that up is that's going to bode well for people to have best efforts and fast times. So we're not in a slow regional. We're in a regional that's stacked. You're going to have great competition, and it's going to bring the best efforts out of everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a blessing and a curse. There's probably going to be some athletes that finish fourth, and maybe that fourth place performance doesn't rank in the top 8. Maybe it's the top 10, but they just miss making it. But on the other hand, you know that every event is really going to get pushed out here today, and and I guess I really think the coaches prefer that. They prefer it that they're, if they make it to state, they're really battle tested.
Yeah, and this is a dry run for state, right? So you want to have your A game on, not just physically, but mentally. You want to prep, be ready, and it's a run through for the state meet. So I think, to your point, yeah, as a coach, you want your athletes to be in this kind of I'd say high pressure, but, a very high quality meet.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with that said, too, a little bit, I know this is the first time that for instance, the Arrowhead boys, they're going to have their top 4 guys all racing this. And throughout the season, they try to put their 800 guys pretty much in the open 800 or sometimes in the 1600. But, it would be a more competitive race that way. But now in the relay, they want to win. They want to qualify, but those guys are all coming back. And that's for instance, Charlie Wesley, Todd Getz, and Nathan Clark. They're all ranked in the top 25 in the state, and they're coming back and going to try to qualify. All 3 of them try to qualify in that 800. And so it may be a little bit they put it on coast if they have that luxury in the relay. But, they clearly want to make the fast heat. It's one of those delicate balances they've got to try to reach.
Yeah, and I too, you may not be thinking coast. Once you get in the heat of the battle and these guys are running well, and if they've got a good race going, especially if Charlie's anchoring it, I don't see him letting off the gas. But to your point, it may be smart to do if they got a big enough lead, but again, you're at home, you want to run well, and some of these guys, your last race, last meet at home.
Yeah, the adrenaline's running on there. It's hard to dial that back a little bit.
As far as the conditions right now, flags are blowing a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be anything significant once we get up and going here. We're looking, is that east? Coach, I don't even know where we're at up here. It's just cloudy, and when we were out back looking, it's cloudy there too. I don't see any storms on the immediate. Looking at the weather app on my phone, now they're talking about storms after 8 o'clock, when I think earlier today they were talking about storms after 3 o'clock. So it's
and heavy storms. They were predicting just really wicked storms, and we may get by with just maybe a light rain off and on, a shower.
Yeah, and I think the weather temps, without that sun, it's ideal for whether it's a sprint or a distance event. I think everybody's going to be happy with it. Looking at a lot of the athletes warming up right now, Not a lot of them have full sweats on. They either have a top and just their competition shorts, or vice versa, a t-shirt with long pants on. So it looks pretty ideal.
Yeah, yeah. It's warm enough, cool enough, both, and it is going to be an exciting meet. And like we said, these performances, I think the whole honor roll will be rewritten by a lot of these athletes competing here today. Okay, we'll just take a short break here, and we'll be coming back in a 4x8 relay. We'll start out with the girls in about 15 minutes. And here we go. This is the first event of the day, the first running event of the day, the girls 4x8 relay. There are 5 teams: Germantown in lane 1, Brookfield East in lane 2, Homestead in 3, Arrowhead in 4, and Whitefish Bay in 5. All 5 teams are state ranked. In fact, they all rank in the top 20 among all divisions in the state. Germantown has the 20th best time, 10:04.09. Brookfield East, the 19th best time, 10:03.73. Homestead, the 16th best time, 10 minutes and 0.16 hundredths. Arrowhead has the 9th best time of 9:48.83, and Whitefish Bay 9:48.43.
So in other words, buckle up, right, Coach? This is going to
Get ready. This is going to be a great race.
So you alluded to it earlier that there's 6 athletes listed on the heat sheet because they can list 6, but they run 4. We don't know if many of these teams ran their 4 best when they got those rankings. So I would assume today they've got their top 4 in this race, and it's going to be from the gun, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think they feel that if they can qualify here, they can podium at state.
Yeah.
So
again, conditions look really good.
yeah, from what the forecasts were on here, it was actually pretty scary that we'd be having monsoon rains and lightning and everything else. And
got a light breeze coming out of the south, I would say. No, north. I'm sorry, wrong direction. I'm all turned around up here. But it shouldn't impact them because the school's blocking some of it, and the track is pretty well guarded.
now for Arrowhead, I can identify that that's Ellie Brunner running leadoff. I'm not sure among 6 runners that are listed for the other schools who is the individual runner in each leg of this relay. They'll be staggered around the first turn and then cut in.
So as evenly matched as all 5 of these teams are, what's the strategy? Do you think you go again with your one of your fastest to lead off?
Oh yeah, I think, notoriously you want to have your best runner run an anchor, but you probably want your second best runner lead off so that you're in a good position. Right now, Germantown, Bay, Arrowhead, Homestead, and Brookfield East.
I think they got
about a stride between each runner on there.
I think Homestead and Brookfield East get a little tripped up by the 200-meter mark, but looks like they're okay. The last runner clipped her heels.
There's only about 5 meters separating first and fifth. They're all hanging in there really tough. Going to be coming through the quarter at about a 73.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about contact, right? You just want to set it up so whoever you're handed off to has the best potential to succeed. So you got to keep contact. So Homestead's fallen off a little bit, but if she can maintain.
Now that was Ellie Brunner that made a move around the turn for Arrowhead, and now Bay has moved right up, and Germantown and Brook East, and still only about 5 meters back is Homestead.
And Homestead looks like she's moving, catching back up, so it should be a pretty even handoff, like you said, 5 meters.
Bay is moving up into the lead slightly, and here comes Brookfield East back in the battle. So Bay, Arrowhead, and Ellie Brunner is coming. There's a little bump, but Come through at about 2:26. That's Sydney Ray that's running second leg for Arrowhead. I can't identify who the other runners are in the other schools. Bay leads, East second, Germantown third, and Arrowhead is fourth, but all three schools are within about 3 meters of each other. About 15 meters back is Homestead.
Yeah, I think now if you're one of the top four, you treat it like a regular 800. You know, I mean, you're back in a race, and you got to be smart, and nobody's really pulling away.
You know, many times I hear people say, well, you just go as hard as you can for as long as you can, but there's a lot of physics in there that says that you just can't last. You're going to build up too much lactate. So...
Yeah, in all honesty, I mean, when I was racing, I'd like to be tucked in where Arrowhead is, where is at Brookfield East on the inside lane. You're still running, but you're getting a bit of a draft, and just effort-wise, it feels a little different when you got people pulling you along like that.
Exactly. So there's only about 5 meters separating first and fourth right now. Homestead has kind of drifted well back, and they're going to have a tough time getting themselves back into this one. Now, Bay has opened up about 3 meters, but Germantown East, and here comes Arrowhead. Here comes Sydney Ray.
And Coach, the coaches are on the infield or on the out fence line able to yell encouragement, give splits?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, it's a little different than
yeah.
at state, though, correct?
Yeah, yeah. You get a lot closer contact with the athletes, and they can clearly hear you. That's Sydney Ray coming, battling for the lead against Whitefish Bay. East third and Germantown fourth.
Yeah, so this third leg is really going to be a important leg, because either we've got 2 teams that break away, or we can get 4 right back into it.
Now Bay is going to hand off in the lead about maybe an 8-10 meter lead. Arrowhead second, East third, Germantown fourth. Well, that's Lucy Duhax from Arrowhead. Bay has about a 12 meter lead on Arrowhead, and Arrowhead about 12 meters up on East, and East is about 15 meters up on Germantown.
You know, and typically we say you don't want to make it all up on that first lap, but where Germantown is right now, I think you kind of got to go after it. You know, you got to make contact just to get back in the top 3.
Yeah, there's that gap that if it grows beyond a certain point, it almost seems insurmountable.
And she is doing that. She seems like she's gaining a little bit. So, I mean, part of it too, like we just said, if you get back in that pack and use the other runners to pull you along, it's going to give you the best chance of getting that top 3.
And Lucy has now gained the lead for Arrowhead. Bay's about 3 meters back, and about 6 meters back is East, and about 15 meters back from them is Germantown. .200 to go. Arrowhead still has about 5 meters on Bay, and Bay is about 8 meters up on Brookfield East, and about 25 meters back is Germantown.
And based on their cadence, all 4 schools they all look like they're holding pretty well. I don't see anybody slowing down. Brook Central looked like she's going to make a bid there at 150 to go, but I think they're all just kind of glad they're on the front stretch at this point.
Lucy's run a heck of a leg right here. So now this is Alyssa Nielsen anchoring for Arrowhead, and about 7 meter lead over Whitefish Bay, and East is about 8-10 meters back Now East looks like they're going to challenge right away to second. Germantown's about 50 meters back.
If there is any wind on the backstretch right now, it's at their backs pushing them along. And that front stretch, there looks like a little bit of a breeze, but nothing too overwhelming. Yeah, Brookfield Central's making a hard push for... Whitfish, I'm sorry.
Brookfield East.
Brookfield East. What did I say? Brookfield's... Brookfield East.
All those East fans will take offense at that.
You can call me later.
This is definitely a three-team race here with one lap to go. This is what we want.
Germantown's not out of it.
Germantown has pulled themselves. This is a heck of an anchor leg they're getting. She's had to work awfully hard.
Yep. But again, she's closing that
Yeah.
gap pretty well. This is
Sometimes you get within that psychological distance that you've gotten that close.
yeah, and I don't know anything about her as the anchor, what her best time is, or maybe she is capable of what she's doing. Yeah, coming off that final curve, we'll see what everybody's got left in their legs.
All four of those teams still look good right here at this point. But looking good and feeling good might be two different things.
Yeah.
And Alyssa Nielsen now has surged ahead. Really strong finish coming down the home stretch. Arrowhead's going to win this. Bay and Brook East are battling. And the winning time looks to be about 9:40, 41, 42. We'll see if Germantown has a strong time, 9:47.
Yeah. Where did they,
I know they'll be hanging on, hoping that there's a possibility of them making it as an extra qualifier. And Homestead will be finishing 5th in here. And I think PT Timing is doing our timing today, and they are so good at almost instant times, so we can pull this up in just a moment.
So the boys 4x8, we have Brookfield East, Homestead, Arrowhead, Sussex Hamilton, Nicolay, Whitefish Bay, and Milwaukee King. Brookfield East is currently at 17th on the state honor roll at 8:20, 8 minutes 20 seconds. Homestead is 19th, 8 minutes 21 seconds, 21.77. Arrowhead is 12th, 8:18.97. And Sussex Hamilton is 14th, 8:19.4. So when you look at, it's about 3 seconds separating the top 4 teams from their state honor roll times. So much like the girls' race before this, looks to be a 4-school race, and expect them to go out after it right from the get-go.
Okay, real quick before we get the start of that race, we've got the results of the girls. Arrowhead wins 9:40.14. Whitefish Bay second, 9:42.50. Third is Brookfield East, 9:42.75. Fourth is Germantown, 9:47.47. And fifth is Homestead, 10:25.26.
We got Brookfield East in lane 1, Homestead's in lane 2, looks like Arrowhead in 3, and it's Sussex Hamilton in 4, is that correct?
Yes.
So make it difficult for us up here. There's Arrowhead and Sussex Hamilton both wearing white jerseys. So just slug me if I'm wrong on anything here, Coach.
With pleasure.
We'll have to go by the shorts, the powder blue shorts and the black shorts.
Yeah.
I haven't been doing this as long as you. Must be tricks to the trade and identification. Does that look like Nathan Clark opening up?
Yeah, Nathan Clark will be the leadoff leg. He's run 158 for Arrowhead, so he is he's a great leadoff leg to have.
Who's that second for Arrowhead? The blonde.
Ty Getz.
Ty Getz is going to be second? Okay. So that's interesting strategy. So
Yeah.
he's, 155?
Yeah.
So one of the top 800 runners in the state is going to be second leg. That should be an interesting. So given there's only 7 teams out of potentially 8, not all teams field a 4x8 in regionals?
Yeah, the other regional did not have a full field.
Okay.
Looks like Brookfield East is going to have the lead at the cut-in. And now Arrowhead Nathan Clark has moved out. Let's see, they're going to be about 28.5 or so at the 200. Arrowhead Bay East. Homestead.
58 high at the
Nicolay.
quarter.
Yeah.
So strategy here, Coach. I mean, it looks like Arrowhead wants to go right at it from the beginning, right? Not
Yeah.
worrying about sitting on anybody. Like he's really going after it.
And clearly the strategy is put the pressure on other teams, and Nathan is doing that right now.
Yeah,
It's not a sit and kick. It's about a 128 at the 600. Now it's Arrowhead and Bay. And then about a 20-meter gap. Looks like about a 159 leg for both Arrowhead and Bay. That's Ty Getz running second leg for Arrowhead. Is that Brook East in third, or?
It looks like, yeah. And then I think you got Sussex Hamilton and Homestead.
Yeah.
You just tested me. I think I passed. So this is what's interesting. Ty, as fast as he is, second place, he's got to go with him because the 3 chasers are catching him. So you're kind of, like you said, Arrowhead's dictating the race from the gun. It's kind of maybe taking some of the other schools out of their strategy. And he's got no choice but to go after him.
Yeah, they want to keep contact. He doesn't want to get caught in no man's land, and then perhaps Right now, the closest battle is in there for that third spot, and who?
That's Homestead making a move, but looks like they're trying to reel in. Is that Bay you said in second?
Yeah.
That's
and
the. Now we got four school race for second right now. It looks to be tightening up a little bit.
Now that chase pack has closed it down now on Arrowhead, about 5 meters. That's Hamilton. East.
He ran a heck of a second leg.
Looks like about a 2:04 leg for Ty.
So we've got back to a 5-school race there.
That's Eric Manter running for Arrowhead, but there's only maybe about 7-8 meters separating first to fifth. Arrowhead, Homestead, Bay, Hamilton, East.
Yeah, for that last 150, these guys, I would say the third, fourth, and fifth teams, if they can keep contact. Again, they're doing less work, but East is starting to fall off a little bit.
Arrowhead is moving pretty good right now. That's Eric Manter, a senior, running this leg. Arrowhead, Hamilton, Bay, Homestead, Brookfield East. Oh man, is this one heck of a race? And Bay has just moved into the lead. And that is Charlie Wesley going to be anchoring for Arrowhead. So it's Bay, Arrowhead, Hamilton, Homestead, and Brook East.
So again, top 3 go automatically. So who's that? Homestead trying to make a move to get up to third, and Brook East. This first lap is always tough though on these exchanges. It's hard to gauge yourself, you know.
Yeah, it is. You know, yeah. Charlie looks real comfortable, and he has opened for about 15 meters. Here comes Hamilton up on Bay. Homestead. To be honest, I think that Charlie will not try to accelerate and hammer it home. I think he's going to try to just maintain. He's got 2 more races to run yet today. That's Hamilton, Bay battling it out.
They're looking back.
Second.
If Homestead has a kick, Hamilton's looking back. I don't know if he's going to have time to catch him, but.
And Bay has just moved into second. Arrowhead will win this at about 8:05. Bay second, 8:08. Homestead third, about 8:09.
So 8:05 through 8:09, top three, that should get them in the fast heat, would you think?
Yeah, that will get them. In fact, I think all three teams could make the fast heat. Time will tell, but
So Bay obviously very excited to take second. Do they feel they were an underdog here?
you know what? This may be the first time that they really tried to load that relay up. It is for Arrowhead. Here are the official results, final results. Arrowhead wins 805.62. Whitefish Bay second, 808.40. Third is Sussex Hamilton, 809.07. Fourth is Homestead, 812.81. Fifth, Brookfield East, 814.73. Milwaukee King will end up in sixth place here. Milwaukee King sixth, 919.59.
At this time, we will begin a 30-minute intermission. The girls are going to be in the hurdles. Will start at 5:40. Stand by for results in the boys 4x100 meter relay.
There's now this 30-minute break in here. It's a recovery time break, and then we'll be starting up with the finals, and then we'll be running all the events consecutively. We have some information on the pole vault, which has taken place indoors. We sent a runner in to find that information. The pole vault bar was set at 13 feet 9 inches. There are 4 people remaining. That included Sam Burnt of Sussex Hamilton, Ashton Moody of Oconomowoc, Max Rabella of Arrowhead, and Logan Cluck of Homestead. So the bar was at 13 feet 9 inches. We'll try to get an update on that.
And in first place, with a time of 8 minutes, 5.62 seconds, Arrowhead.
You just saw the 3 qualifying teams on the podium. Last year, Arrowhead won the 4x8 at State, and I'm sure that is their goal to repeat again this year. We'll be taking a little break and try to get some updates on some of the field events. Okay, we're still about 10, 15 minutes until the next running event will start. But we've got results from the boys' discus. Winning today was Joe Brunner of Whitefish Bay. A tremendous throw. Dan, you saw that one out there, and it just took off. 181 feet. Second place, Nick Blatnick of Arrowhead, 154.11. Third is Brandon Ralstead of Oconomowoc, 151.8. Those are your three state qualifiers. Fourth place was Adam Beck of Menominee Falls, 148.4. Fifth was Sebastian Kubas of Oconomowoc, 128.2. Sixth, Bobby Jackson of Nicolay, 124.3. Seventh is Donovan Jackson of Milwaukee King, 121 feet 3 inches. And eighth place is Nick Jarnt of Whitefish Bay, 117 feet 6 inches. I think Joe Brunner maybe puts him in a favorite spot to win the state meet with a throw like that.
Yeah, I don't know what those Kimberly guys were throwing. When they were here at Arrowhead, they did or the Myram, they did pretty well. But yeah, that throw was amazing.
Okay, we've also got finals for the girls' shot put. First place is Kira Fax of Wauwatosa West, just a freshman, 39 feet 4 inches. Second, Maddie McGath of Brookfield East, 38 feet 10 inches. And third, Faith Aruchalau of Brookfield East, 35 feet 9 inches. Those are your three state qualifiers. Fourth is McKenna Sepik of Oconomowoc, 35 feet 4.5. Fifth, Katina Macklin of Nicolay, 33 feet. Sixth is Grace Reimers of Whitefish Bay, 31 feet. Seventh is Joy Amahi of Milwaukee King, 27 feet 5 inches. And eighth is Kai Boswell of Milwaukee Marshall, 24 feet 10 inches. I also have results of the boys' triple jump. First is J.V. Miles. No surprise there. He had the state's leading jump at 47 feet. Today he went 46 feet 10 inches. Second, Bennett Kinney of Brookfield East, 44 feet 5.5 inches. And third, Dylan Went, Brookfield East, 44 feet 1.5 inches. Those are the three state qualifiers. Fourth is Daryl Moore of Milwaukee King, 42 feet 11.25. Fifth, Colin McGinley, Homestead, 42 feet 1/4 inch. Sixth is Austin Ananmayu, 38 feet 8 inches. Seventh is Latrell Roll, Milwaukee Tech, 33 feet 11.75 inches. And eighth is Garen Davis, Milwaukee Bradley Tech, 29 feet 6.5 inches.
So the next race on the track is going to be the girls' 100-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Harmony Hudson from Milwaukee King. Lane 2 is Lauren Graham from Nicolay. Lane 3, Olivia Schmidt from Wauwatosa West. Lane 4, Rachel Kleinhans from Arrowhead. Lane 5, Eva Brandenburg from Homestead. Lane 6, Allison Work from Brookfield East. Lane 7, Imani Aleyu from Whitefish Bay. And lane 8, Gretchen Greischar from Whitefish Bay. Lane 2, Lauren Graham has got the 9th fastest time in the state. Lane 4, Rachel Kleinhans is 6th in 15.26. And lane 5, Eva Brandenburg is 8th in 15.41.
And results just in on the girls' high jump. The high jump took place indoors. We were talking about that, the difference of outdoor jumping where the texture of your takeoff was going to be different than the smooth tartan that was going to end up. We can ignore that. And our winner was Anna Britz of Whitefish Bay, 5 feet 3 inches. She had come in at 5 feet 1 inch, so she bettered her regional performance. Second is Gretchen Grischar of Whitefish Bay, 5 feet 1 inch. Third is Sylvie Zaganik of Sussex Hamilton, 5 feet. Those are your 3 state qualifiers. Fourth, Olivia Thiessen of Nicolay, 4 feet 10. Fifth, Josie Smith, Brickfield East, 4 feet 10. Also tied for fifth was Destiny Mitchell of Milwaukee Riverside, 4 feet 10. And seventh place, also at 4 feet 10, but more misses, Frances Malloy of Wauwatosa West. The boys pole vault. First place, the pole vault was moved indoors. First place goes to Ashton Moody of Oconomowoc, 14 feet 6 inches. Second place, Max Rabella, Arrowhead, 14 feet 6 inches. Third, Logan Cluck, Homestead, 14 feet 6 inches. Those are your 3 state qualifiers, all tied at the same height, but places were determined on misses. Fourth place is Sam Burnt of Sussex Hamilton, 13 feet 6 inches. Fifth is Ethan Shepper of Nicolay, 12 feet. Sixth is Jacob Albert of Nicolay, 10 feet 6 inches.
So Coach Maroney, can I throw you a curveball
Yes, go ahead.
or try to stump you? No, I legitimately have a question. So when a sectional wants to move their high jump and pole vault indoors because of potential weather threats, do they need to clear that through the WIAA, or can they just make the decision based on their hosting the meet?
From what I understand and talking to Coach Harriet, the head track coach at Arrowhead, that if the schools have the facilities, they have the option. And it's not ending up to be something that they had to, clear it through 3 channels of hierarchy in order to get that.
Well, and yeah, just from the standpoint of some, like you said, some facilities may not have that option. So if it is bad weather and some are vaulting through wet conditions, rain, the equity of how could I have a best effort when I'm not in like similar conditions?
Yeah, absolutely. It, I think that kind of a thing is also going to be determining who gets selected to handle a sectional meet. Do you have the possibility, if under inclement weather, to take those events indoors? Certainly they did today, and they're not getting any complaints from the coaches. Although at the moment the rain is holding off,
And will hold off. We were talking though earlier, they have many times at the state meet had the pole vault indoors due to weather, correct?
Yeah, that happens at the state meet, and well it should, especially last year. It was just a monsoon that happened at the state meet, but they were able to take the pole vault indoors. The high jump, however, they did not take indoors, and it was unbelievable. All the jumpers taking their approaches through standing water and landing into a pit that was absorbing all the water. It was something else.
I don't want to jump too far ahead, but as I was looking at the heat sheets, the 4x1, I believe, with Oconomowoc and Arrowhead being so close to each other, and probably 1 and 2 in the state. If it was raining and the conditions were worth it, it always is. Exchanges are important, right? But when it's wet and raining, boy, it's even that much more crucial. So dodge a bullet with the weather on those relays.
Yeah, definitely. And anything can happen in inclement weather, and usually something very surprising happens under those conditions.
What we had talked about earlier too is it's getting as many athletes as you can qualified through the state. It's not about winning this sectional and having the most points total, but you could have the best team in the state and not qualify because of an exchange, and weather being the reason of that exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know coaches, especially hurdle coaches, get very anxious because there's standing water on the track, and they can slip. A runner splashes a little bit. They're not airborne out there like a hurdler would be, and there isn't quite that risk. So I know the hurdle coaches always have some anxious moments anytime there's rain. I do have results, and this is in the girls long jump. Winning the long jump was Essence Burrows of Whitefish Bay, 17 feet 3 3/4 inches. Second place, Lola Kolawale of Whitefish Bay, 16 feet 2 3/4 inches.
I think I called that one, Coach.
You sure did. And you get a free hot dog at the end of the night. Third place, Olivia Thiessen of Nicolay, 16 feet 3/4 inch. Those are the three state qualifiers. Fourth is Carly Vermeulen of Arrowhead. Fifth, Delaney Mettinger of Menominee Falls. Sixth is Brooke Flegner of Oconomowoc. Seventh, Essa Ford, Milwaukee King. And eighth is Taryn Tom of Brookfield East. And I've got a guest here that I'm going to introduce, and everyone in the whole Arrowhead community recognizes this Hall of Fame coach that has brought so much glory and success to Arrowhead, and it's Arrowhead football coach, retired football coach Tom Taraska, and he just got back from
Naples, Florida. It's all good. Yep.
So
Good.
I know for forever, all the years you coached here at Arrowhead, this was always a special day for you to come and take in the sectional meet, and it was just, I always enjoyed seeing you and talking to you kind of in between and after the meet, and you would have analysis of not only our sectional, but speculations about how we could run against some of the other teams around the state.
Well, and to be honest with you, track and field is the basis of all good athletic programs. Most years, I could tell by the end of the state track meet who was going to be the top football schools the next year in the state, and it's kind of always been the backbone, and I appreciate the job you did building it. And then when you share those athletes and you see what they can do, because speed kills everywhere. Having a home in Naples, Florida now, I go over and see the great high schools in the state of Florida, and one thing they have is tremendous speed.
Well, now we just caught you a few minutes ago, and we had a quick break, and you're taking the view on here from the press box, or what do I say, the luxury boxes that we have. Sure is great to have you here. And any other things, any special memories of track? I know you were a track coach when you were at Franklin High School and had a few really, really great athletes.
I was blessed. To be quite honest, track was the first sport that I began coaching. Coached it my senior year of college at Oshkosh West, and then became an assistant at Franklin. And then Franklin was my first head job. I was a head track coach before I was the head football coach the following year. So I've always loved what track and field can do for you. And again, following you and seeing the way it was built here, it's the key for us. I'll let you guys get back to it.
Okay, we're back to our broadcast, and here we go for the girls' hurdles. Hudson in 1, Graham 2, Schmidt 3, Kleinhans 4, Brandenburg 5, Work 6, Elihu 7, and Grayschner 8. Look for the two middle lanes to be the most competitive. That's Kleinhans, Gardner, or Brandenburg rather, and it looks like Rachel Kleinhans pulled that one out. Now they've got a time of 14.47 on the clock there. We'll see how close to official that is. Rachel Kleinhans wins that race, 14.90, her fastest time of the season. Second, Eva Brandenburg of Homestead, 14.98. Third, Lauren Graham of Nicolay, 15.26. Those are the three state qualifiers. In fourth place is Olivia Schmidt of Wauwatosa West, 16.13. Fifth, Allison Work of Brookfield East, 16.64. Brookfield East. Sixth is Imani Alayu of Whitefish Bay, 16.87. Seventh is Harmony Hudson of Milwaukee Kings, 17 flat. And eighth is Gretchen Grieser of Whitefish Bay, 17.54.
So right now they are changing the hurdles both in the setup and the height. So while we have a little break between races, give you the entrance for the boys 110-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Philip Johnson from Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 2, Michael Strakansky from Whitefish Bay. Lane 3, Nathan Taylor from Menominee Falls. Lane 4, Evan Herman from Sussex Hamilton. Lane 5, Mike Nugent from Arrowhead. Lane 6, Logan Hicks from Arrowhead. Lane 7, Kai Force from Nicolay. And Lane 8, Lizelle Miller from Milwaukee King. Lanes 3, 4, and 5, say 3, 4, 5, and 6, we have Nathan Taylor, currently 6th in the state, tied with Mike Nugent at 15:04. Evan Herman is 5th in the state at 15:03. Logan Hicks has the third fastest time at 14.86.
This is definitely going to be a marquee event. It was great visiting with Coach Taraska. I wish we had a little bit more time, but the races weren't going to wait for us. Now, if there were an event that I would say has a chance, and maybe a very good chance of getting an extra qualifier through, I think this is probably the event. Wouldn't you agree, Dan?
Yeah, especially with the two guys tied. I mean, look at 15:03, 15:04, 15:04. Yeah, unless something catastrophic happens, I mean, those 3 through 6 lanes, and look for Logan in lane 6 to be kind of I wouldn't say a sleeper, but usually lanes 4 and 5 are the fastest of their entrance.
A little background on that time. The time that he ran, that 14.86, he ran in the prelims at regionals. And when it got to the finals, he didn't get out of the blocks real quick, and the other 3 hurdlers, just battled right in there, and 3 of them were within 1/100th of a second of each other. So look for Logan to be right up in there, and this is going to be one of these races where maybe we're going to have 4 people go under 15.
Yeah, to your point, all those rankings that I just read were run at regionals, except for Logan's. Well, his was too, but his seed time is not 14.86 due to start.
Yeah, he was seeded off of his finals time. Now they have a prescribed time schedule, and they are not going to rush ahead on this. Every race is just one section, one heat, and they do not want to rush through the meet, allowing enough recovery for the athletes between. And it's a good chance for us, too, to be able to give results.
Yeah, so if we're going off the stadium clock, we've got about 2 minutes before they start, a little less.
Well, they just had the awards for the girls' hurdles. Rachel Kleinhans winning that. Kleinhans' name is synonymous with hurdle success at Arrowhead. Rachel's dad, George, was an all-state hurdler in both the highs and intermediate hurdles. Her uncle, Scott, was a state finalist and a state podium finisher in the state meet and the high hurdles, and as well the 4x4 relay. And her other uncle, Randy, was state runner-up in the hurdles and held the school record for a long time until Jake Bewer broke that about 4 years ago. They're calling them to their marks now. Watch lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's Taylor of Falls, Herman of Hamilton, Nugent of Arrowhead, and Hicks of Arrowhead. Hicks and Nugent are out well. Looks like Nugent has a little lead. Mike Nugent is going to pull that one out. Looks like Logan Hicks was second. I believe Nathan Taylor took third. Evan Herman fourth. We'll be anxious to get those times. We should have them up here really quick. My prediction was there could be 4 guys going under 15. We'll see. And here are the results. Mike Nugent, Arrowhead, wins in 14.78. Second is Logan Hicks of Arrowhead, 14.88. Third is Evan Herman of Sussex Hamilton, 15.07. And fourth is Nathan Taylor of Menominee Falls, 15.10. Fifth place goes to Philip Johnson of Milwaukee Riverside, and sixth, Kai Force of Nicolay.
So our next event is going to be the girls 100-meter dash. Lane 1, Michaela Stinson from Wauwatosa West. Vanessa Ford, Milwaukee King. Charlie Brinks, Menominee Falls. Lola Kolawale from Whitefish Bay. Destiny Mitchell, Milwaukee Riverside. Caitlin Hodgkin from Oconomowoc in lane 6. Lane 7 is Morgan Valentino from Homestead. In lane 8 is Sydney Griffin from Nicolay. Lola Kolawale has the 4th fastest time right now in the state at 12.23. And Destiny Mitchell is 19th at 12.50. And this race is slated to go off at 5:52, so we've got a few minutes yet before they start. They are finishing clearing all the hurdles off the track. Coach, I don't know if you have some more results you can pass along.
No, we've given all the results on here, and they do not run the events consecutively. So they're not running a boys pole vault and a girls pole vault at the same time, or 2 long jumps at the same time. So we've given the 6 field events, and now the second round of field events are coming. To give a little perspective on that, Mike Nugent's time is one of the top 10 times ever run for Arrowhead. I think maybe perhaps even one of the top 5 times ever run for an Arrowhead hurdler. So that was one great race.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Coach, lined up in the lane next to your teammate, we know you're 2 of the best hurdlers in the state. Is that an advantage, a disadvantage? I mean, in one sense, competitive with each other? But you train with each other every day. Does that make it a little less stressful?
I think so. I mean, I think they bring the best out of each other when they're doing that, and it's great to have a training partner like that. And you're competing against each other, but more than that, I think you're competing with each other, trying to bring the best out of yourself and your teammates, and scoring as many points as they can at state.
And Mike's a senior and Logan's only a sophomore, so it's kind of a neat thing too to take the younger guy along under your wing and, you know, set him up for success his next couple years.
Yeah, this is just great.
So again, got Stinson, Ford, Brinks, Koale, Mitchell, Hodgkins, Valentino, and Griffin. Look for lane 4 and 5 to be the class of the field here.
Lolo placed in this event in the state meet last year, and I think maybe she did even as a sophomore. Lanes 4 and 5 are definitely the people to be watching in here. Lolo got a great start. Destiny's in second. And that's how they finish. Lola Kolawale first, Destiny Mitchell second, and the battle for third, we'll see. The camera will sort that out for us. Lola Kolawale won that race. You saw it, 12.01. Second is Destiny Mitchell, 12.20. Third is Charlie Brinks of Menominee Falls, 12.47. Destiny is Milwaukee Riverside. Lola is Whitefish Bay. Those are your three state qualifiers. Fourth place is Caitlin Hodgkins of Oconomowoc, 12.51. Fifth is Michaela Stinson of Tosa West, 12.55. Sixth is Vanessa Ford, Milwaukee King, 12.64. Seventh is Morgan Valentino of Homestead, 12.89. And eighth is Sydney Griffin of Nicolay, 13.09. And Lola beat her time, her season best time, by almost over 2/10 of a second. Outstanding race.
Yeah, you know, we talked about earlier too, you want to start getting towards your peak this time of year, and I think she was in the long jump, had the least far. she was ranked 8 out of 8 in the long jump and ends up taking second places. She runs a fantastic time in the 100, so I think she's clicking at the right time.
Yeah, she sure was. Oh, she had just the greatest start. She had half a step on everyone 2 meters out of the blocks.
So we've got a few minutes yet before the boys 100-meter dash, but we'll give you the entrance. Lane 1, Joseph Cannon from Milwaukee King. Lane 2, DeMarco Evans from Milwaukee Marshall. Lane 3, Emmanuel Nagisan from Wauwatosa West. Lane 4, Adam Jeter from Sussex Hamilton. Lane 5, Nate White from Milwaukee King. Lane 6, Luke Patterson from Arrowhead. Lane 7, Seth Bresky from Germantown. In lane 8, Nigel Cheeks from Whitefish Bay. Lanes 4, Adam Jeter is 23rd in the state at 11.00, and Nate White is 21st in the state at 10.98.
Now again, lanes 4 and 5 are the top 2 seeded lanes, and by their seed times, by their regional qualifying times, they are the 2 fastest in here.
Just before the start of the boys 100-meter dash, we have results for the girls. In third place from Menominee Falls with a time of 12.47, Charlie Brinks. In second place from Milwaukee Riverside with a time of 12.20 seconds, Destiny Mitchell. And in first place from on the track. The boys 100-meter dash.
So, Coach, you and I are both distance runners by history. I don't know how I'd handle a sprint. You know, when the gun goes off in a mile, 2 mile, 5,000, you got a lot of time to figure out what you're going to do. These guys, I can't imagine what's going through their mind, their heart racing, the nerves.
Yeah, it is. It's another world from what we are, but no, I know that the sprinters, and talking to Coach Harriet and reading things, that there is like the drive phase, the transition phase, the finish phase of the race, and like a miler would break his race up in its 4 laps. You know, you have first 400 and how you want to position yourself and so forth, and the last lap of being as aggressive as you can with everything you got. The same thing happens in a track sprint, and as much as people say you're going as hard as you can, but you got to run relaxed. You listen to any of the sprinters, the elite sprinters, and they're telling you they had to stay relaxed. They had to stay relaxed because it's those little difference of a few hundredths of a second in there that ultimately make the difference in the race.
Well, like we just talked about, though, so Logan Hicks at regionals may not have had a great start, and that cost him a faster time. Lolo Kolawala, like you just said, had a great start. So, you know, to me, so much of it is, yeah, you can break it up, but you've got to be so focused on that start. And if you don't have it, then no matter what you do in those next few phases of the race, you may be out of it.
Absolutely. I mean, it is such an intense effort over 10, 11 seconds, 12 seconds, as low as time. You got to really have a laser focus. Again, Jeter, lane 4, and White in lane 5. Red and blue jerseys there. Looked like White had a really good start. Here comes Jeter. Oh, man, this is going to be a tight one. Okay, and White wins that. Nate White. Great race. And I
Can't tell that second or third.
I think Emmanuel Nagusin of Wauwatosa West, I believe, was third. We'll get this pulled up in just a moment. Nate White won that race sub 11 seconds, 10.92 for Nate White. Adam Jeter was second, 11.02. Third is Emmanuel Nagusin of Wauwatosa West, 11.06. Those are your 3 state qualifiers. Fourth, DeMarco Evans of Milwaukee Marshall, 11.18. Fifth is Seth Bresky of Germantown, 11.31. Sixth is Luke Patterson of Arrowhead, 11.36. Seventh, Joseph Cannon of Milwaukee King, 11.41. And eighth is Nigel Cheeks of Whitefish Bay, 11.53.
So next up on the track is the girls' 1,600-meter run. We have Savannah Fraley from Homestead, Ann Straka from Arrowhead, Abby Tank from Wauwatosa West, Presley Hansen from Arrowhead, Lily Kriegel from Whitefish Bay, Finley Drabant from Milwaukee King, Lydia Miller from Whitefish Bay, and Kate Kaufman from Nicolay. Savannah Fraley has the 12th fastest time in the state right now at 5:06, and Lily Kriegel is 16th at 5:07. So there must be quite a pack there between 12th and 16th. But when we have our seed times, Fraley's at 5:34, Straka 5:39.1, Tank 539.53, Hansen 539.87.
And in first place from Milwaukee King with a time of 10.92, Nate White.
Nate had an awesome start. I mean, obviously we pointed that out about Lola winning that race, and Nate had an awesome start, and I think he even relaxed towards the finish on there. He had won that one by several meters.
And he's only junior. Much like Lola. We get to watch them again next year.
Look for those two to be on the podium and maybe gold medalists at state.
So for the 1,600 meters coming up, Coach, right now, I would say it's ideal for distance running. You have no wind, cool temps, no sun to beat down on you. I mean, we should see a fast race.
And this is what you always hope for, you know, the best competition and not having weather be a factor to interfere in there. And certainly we have that today. In fact, I'll give you credit for it. This morning I was checking all the weather reports, and it looked like it was going to go from ugly to uglier, and then you texted me around 11:30 and you said, hey, looks like we're going to miss this. I thought, Dan, what weatherman are you listening to? And you called it.
Yeah, I've called a few things tonight, haven't I? No, it's one of those systems that, you know, you could track it from yesterday. They didn't really know what it was going to do, and it's not as humid as it was earlier either. This morning it was just muggy out, and I think as it breaks up, the storm stayed west and north and actually broke up a bit. So, yeah, we caught a break here. I was thinking we'd be here till midnight with hour after hour of lightning delays.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the sky is starting to blue up around here, or it was pretty gray and
Never a
dark.
doubt. Never a doubt, Coach. We knew it. So it's Fraley in lane 1 from Homestead.
On the track now, the girls 1,600. We've got runners
It does look like they're going at it quick.
That looks like Abby Tank out there from Tosa West, just a freshman, taking the lead. Lily Kriegel in second, Fraley third.
It's going up quick because they're already separating.
Yeah.
Lydia Miller of Whitefish Bay and Kate Hoffman of Nicolay. This is the 10-minute warning to the boys 1,600. Your race starts at 6:15.
Is that, who's the girl from Arrowhead? Is that Straka in 5th?
Yeah,
So she's
and
going-
Straka has moved herself right to that front pack. Then
We-
there's a gap of about 8 meters.
Yeah. You have to do that. I mean, you've got, whether you're feeling good or not, you have to stay in there and at least make the contact. And now it looks like the other three are slowly catching up.
So Abby Tank, Lily Kriegel, Savannah Fraley. Is that Milwaukee King? Fridley DeBant. And Ann Straka. Now it looks like Lily is starting to press it a little bit. Savannah's staying right with her. And those two have the top seed, so that's something we'd really expect.
So, Coach, I don't know if you remember Lily Kriegel. She was at the Myram, ran the 400.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, part of that strategy earlier in the year as a distance runner, get some leg speed. And, you know, her form looks really good. You wonder if that had something to do with it, just focusing on some quicker races earlier in the year.
Her dad was an outstanding runner from Menominee Falls and now coaches track and cross country at Grafton.
That would be Kevin Kriegel, correct?
Yes.
We got a name drop here.
Yes, okay, Kevin. We're giving you a shout out there.
Yeah, she is going after it.
The first lap they appeared to just kind of feel the pace out a little bit, but now they've stepped it out, and Lily is definitely, I'm sure she's got her mind on making that fast heat at state. About 2:35, Fraley about 2:37. It's Ann Straka in third.
It looks like at this point a race for third and fourth, that final qualifying spot.
Yeah. Lily looks awfully strong. I mean, Savannah is hanging there, but she
looks
about
good too.
15 meters back.
But she looks good.
Yeah, she definitely does. Yeah.
Might just be a testament to how quick Lily's running.
And Straka looks very good. Running in third place right now. And is that Milwaukee King?
Looks like it.
Finley Drabant. Well, I predict this will be a race sub 5:10.
As great as Lily looks, Savannah's still charging.
Yeah.
They're both running great races.
They're definitely not saving anything for a second race at all. And Straka still looks strong. She's about 12 meters ahead of fourth. Here comes Lily Kriegel in the home stretch. Lily's going to take this one. Probably somewhere 5:05, 5:06 time. 5:05.
I think Ann Straka's going to hold.
Savannah second. And Annie Straka is going to place third. She's going to qualify for state. Great job. And a great race out of Finley Drabant. Looks like Tank fourth, fifth, and Presley Hansen sixth. Thea Miller seventh. And Kate Kaufman will finish eighth here.
Only a freshman.
Great experience. You're always hoping they get a PR and are excited to.
Well, that motivates you to keep training, right? It's
Oh, absolutely.
That's the kind of experience like this sectional final.
Second biggest meet in the state. You know? Okay, here are the official results of the girls 1600. First, Lily Kriegel, 5:05.73. Second, Savannah Fraley of Homestead, 5:08.72. Third, Ann Straka of Arrowhead, 5:23.32. Fourth was Finley Drabant of Milwaukee King, 5:24.43. Fifth was Abby Tank of Tosa West, 5:35.60. Sixth, Presley Hansen, Arrowhead, 5:36.34. Seventh, Leah Miller of Whitefish Bay, 5:45.08. And eighth, Kate Kaufman of Nicolay, 5:59.26.
So, Coach, we got a couple minutes here before the boys 1600 meter run, and in that event we have Dylan Walker from Germantown, Zach Vance from Oconomowoc, Tyler Moore from Sussex Hamilton, Kyle Knutson from Homestead, Francisco Rojas Sarmiento from Nicolay, Dak Ziegler from Nicolay, Bisesh Karma Chara. I apologize for getting that one wrong. From Whitefish Bay, and Ben Perry, thanks Ben, that was an easy one, from Milwaukee King. In this race, Zach Vance currently the 14th fastest time, 4:22.35. Kyle Knutson 19th in the state at 4:23.64. C times, however, Coach, we have 4:43 for Dylan Walker, Zach Vance 4:35.6, Tyler Moore 4:36.1, and Kyle Knutson 4:38.4. So it looks like we got really 4 that should stand out, racing for 3 spots.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, their overall C time or best times of the season, there's only about 4 seconds separating, you know, the first and fourth times. The regional meet was hold it back a little bit, but clearly this one there's no holding back. They're going to be battling the whole way. I would look a little bit though that the first lap might be one of those where they're kind of feeling it out and see who wants to take the lead, and then after that point I think they're going to put the foot to the floor and go after it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've watched Zach race a lot, but he always seems to be in a fast race anyways. But he'll just compete and take the lead sometimes. I'm wondering though, sometimes these guys that are right on the cusp, this is perfect night, perfect competition. Maybe they will go after it from the gun. I agree with you. It's probably going to be feel each other out because it's basically 4 guys for 3 spots. But wouldn't be surprised if somebody just goes for it from the gun too. Somebody might be a long shot just trying to get a best time this year.
Oh yeah, and maybe this is the strategy. They think let's employ this strategy because they won't be expecting it.
Well, we saw that at conference a week and a half ago where there were 2 heats of the mile, and one of the winners of the first slower heat ended up placing 4th or 5th, I think, overall, because he just missed getting in the fast heat, and he said, I'm going to go after it. And he took it out and ran well enough to get him in the top 6 at conference.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think at this point the coaches have talked to their athletes, and they kind of know what to expect or what surprise move might be happening.
But do the athletes listen to the coach? That's what we'll find out.
Well, and Zach stepped out there. Zach was a winner of the Hale distance night and ran kind of the same strategy. Although he didn't move right at the gun, but
he's going
in
at
the
it.
second lap. But he is. I don't see Tyler Moore out there. I'm wondering if he's going to hold back for another race, or maybe he's injured sick.
31 at the 200.
Goes to show what I know about feeling out the pace the first lap, huh?
They aren't listening to the coaches. That's what you're saying. Coaches probably told them to feel it out. Nobody ever listened to you, did they, Coach? When you know what, maybe they know if Tyler Moore's not here, it's the 3 of them that break away and then.
Yeah. 64. Now the second component in here is they want to run fast enough to make that fast heat. And some years that fast heat, the cutoff is about 4:25. Other years maybe 4:28. So they're on a fast enough pace to make that fast heat. Zach continues to lead it. Dylan in second. Kyle in third.
You've known Zach for a while. I mean, I've just been able to watch him, but he seems to like to be a front runner. He
Yeah.
And really push it.
He's found a lot of success that way.
Big, strong kid too, and I know he puts in a lot of miles, so he's a very efficient runner. I mean, all 3 though look really good right now.
Zach's got about a 4-meter lead. Dylan second, Kyle third. They're going to come through about 2:11. And again, their concern is not just to qualify. It's pretty obvious those three are going to qualify, but can they qualify all in the fast section? There'll be 12 people out of the 8 sectionals, 24 qualifiers, and there'll be 12 that make the fast section. Looks like Kyle's moving towards second. He's right on Dylan's shoulder.
You know, and I would expect if the weather is like this, we're throughout the state today, there's going to be a lot of fast times.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it did look like that storm system was going a little north and west, but
Zach looks really strong coming in here with a lap to go.
he's doubling back in the 800, correct? At least that's what I thought I saw.
No, he's not qualified in the 8. 3:17. Probably about 3:20 for Kyle and Dylan. We got Nicolay and Bay, and Nicolay and Milwaukee King. Zach has really opened it up. He's going to win this race, and I'm sure he's got on his mind is the fact of trying to make that fast section. He just has to maintain pace, and he'll do that. And Kyle and Dylan will want to be hammering at home in here, trying to make that fast section. The qualifiers are determined, but Zach closed awfully hard. He closed in at a 60 there. 420. Dylan 426. Kyle about 427. We'll have to see after we get all the final results of all the sectionals if that qualifies them. Nicolay and Bay, conference rivals, battling it out right here. Finishing strong in 7th and 8th are Bay and Nicolay. We'll get those final results in just a moment. Zach Vance wins that, as we called it, 420.20. Second, Dylan Walker of Germantown, 426.29. Third, Kyle Knudsen of Homestead, 427.40. Fourth, Francisco Rosas Samantano of Nicolay, 451.85. Had a nice finish there. Fifth is Bashish Karmakarai. Hope I said that right, Bashish. 452.92. Sixth is Ben Perry of Milwaukee King, 456.47. And seventh is Jack Ziegler of Nicolay, 457.90.
Yeah, I think that 420 will get him in the fast heat for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other two, it's going to depend. You know, it's.
Yeah.
So the next event on track is the girls 4x200 meter relay. In lane 1, we have Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 2, Nicolay. Lane 3, Sussex Hamilton. Lane 4, Homestead. Lane 5, Germantown. Lane 6, Wauwatosa West. Lane 7, Milwaukee King. Lane 8, Whitefish Bay. And we have quite a few teams that are ranked in the state here. Lane 4, Homestead is currently second in the state. Lane 5, Germantown is 4th ranked in the state. Lane 3, Sussex Hamilton is 8th ranked in the state. Lane 6, Wauwatosa West is 13th. And in lane 2, Nicolay is 14th. So the 4x2 coach, I just gave him the listing here. We've got some competitive and fast teams in here.
Absolutely. You know, just looking at this, I think we very well could see the 3 state qualifiers being on the podium at state, and that's saying quite a bit. You know, out of just one of the 8 sectionals, and it ends up being all 3 teams make it onto the podium.
In second place, Nicholas Blatnick of Arrowhead. And in first place, from Whitish Bay, with a throw of 181 feet, Joe Brunner.
That was Joe Brunner on the award stand right there. You saw him. Joe is going to be playing football for the Badgers next year. What a heck of a throw, 181. Beats his season best by a heck of a lot from everything we saw on honor roll. Maybe he had been throwing that in practice and just never connected in the competitions, but no better time than now, Dan.
I think the Badgers might want him for the track team as well.
Could be.
We're about a minute away from the start. So here we talk about exchanges again. 4x200, still fast. You know, the exchange has got to be smooth. Hopefully their focus is still there now that the weather has turned out to be better than anticipated.
You know, it always seems that that there's going to be one team that maybe you expect to be in there, and maybe they have a hiccup on their exchange, not drop the baton or not run out of the zone, but just one of those where the first reach misses the exchange and they got to reach back, or the outgoing runner has to slow just slightly. And so when we're watching this race, kind of look for that and see what the difference might end up to be. Yeah, they're headed up and they're adjusting their blocks. We'll be going here in another moment. Exchange judges are all set on the back stretch.
Up next on the track is the girls 4x200 meter relay. Running in lane 1, we have Milwaukee Riverside, Nicolay in 2. In lane 3, Sussex Hamilton, Homestead in 4, Germantown in 5, Wauwatosa West in 6, in 7, Milwaukee King, and Whitefish Bay running in lane 8.
You've been doing this for a long time, Coach, and I haven't seen a lot over the years false starts, you know, at the high school level. Something we don't talk about very often.
You know, way back, it used to be allowed one false start, and if you false started a second time, you're disqualified. And then they just went to no false starts, and people were panicking about it, but it seems to have worked very well. Hamilton and Germantown, the two middle lanes there, are the teams to watch. Germantown's running really, really well. They look to be the team that's going to make the exchange first. We'll see how smooth they make it.
So West had a pretty good opening leg. Oh, there's your exchange right there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I think they got in the zone, but she had to slow way up.
Almost to a stop.
They're trying to make up for that one, and we've got Homestead. I would say Homestead and Germantown right now. Good exchange there for both those schools.
Hamilton dropped their
Oh.
baton.
Boys long jump, please report for finals. Boys long jump for finals. And will McConaughey please report to
Looks like Tosa West in third at this moment. Germantown and Homestead. And they're going to be making their exchanges about the same time. Tosa West looking real strong as well. It looks like Eva Brandenburg anchoring in here for Homestead. They're going to pull away and win this.
But look what that exchange did, Coach, right there.
Homestead, Germantown, and Tosa West.
Sussex Hamilton, who
Very close was Nicolay.
Sussex Hamilton had the 8th fastest time in the state, and they ended up last at heat due to a drop baton. How unfortunate.
Heartbreaking.
As we get ready for the boys 4x2, we have the result of the girls shot put.
And here are the final results of that relay. Homestead first, 143.53. Germantown second, 144.67. Third is Tosa West, 146.65. Those are your three stick qualifiers. Fourth was Nicolay, very close to Tosa West. Nicolay, 147.14. Fifth, Milwaukee King, 148.24. Followed by Milwaukee Riverside, 148.83. Whitefish Bay, 149.25. And Hamilton, who did finish the race, but they had the drop baton, 150.13.
And as the boys mark up their time to the 4x2, we have results from the boys 1600.
So we'll do the results here for the boys. 1600. Kyle Knutson in third.
In second place from Germantown, Dylan Walker.
Dylan Walker from Germantown second.
And in first place, Oconomowoc with a time of 4:20.20, Zachariah Vance.
Zach Vance from Oconomowoc. So the boys 4x200 relay in section in lane 1, Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 2, Nicolay. Lane 3, Homestead. Lane 4, Arrowhead. Lane 5, Oconomowoc. Lane 6, Sussex Hamilton. Lane 7, Milwaukee King. Lane 8, Whitefish Bay. Coach, we're going to see another competitive race here with Homestead in lane 3. He's got the 5th fastest time in the state. Lane 4, Arrowhead's got the 2nd fastest time in the state. Oconomowoc in lane 5 has the 3rd fastest time in the state. And Sussex Hamilton has the 11th fastest time in the state.
And actually, the fastest time in the state is Catholic Memorial, so they're a Division II, so you could bump everybody up one place on that. Real quick before they get this race going, the results of the high jump. First is Trip Walsh of Arrowhead, 6 feet 4. Second, Isaiah Gibson, Sussex Hamilton, 6 feet. And third, John Kubish, 5 feet 10 inches. Those are your state qualifiers.
You just snuck it in, too. Well done. You've been doing this for a while.
Looks like Logan Hicks leading off for Arrowhead. But Arrowhead and Oconomowoc, the two middle lanes there, 4 and 5, are probably the lanes to watch, and they appear to be able to make the exchange first.
Clear.
And it looked like Arrowhead and Oconomowoc are very even. Home. That's Hamilton, lane 6, running very, very well. Good exchange for Arrowhead. Good one for Ocon.
Jace Weber now for Arrowhead.
Hamilton's holding third, but they could be reachable. Homestead's running a very nice leg. We'll check that exchange here at the end. Oh, it looked pretty darn even. Sam Vargas anchoring for Arrowhead. About 8 meters back. Sam's closing a bit, but I don't know if he's got enough. Wow. Now it looks like Hamilton held on for third place. Heck of a race. Everything it was built up to be. We'll catch those official results. I know it was fast.
Oconomowoc and Arrowhead a little too familiar with each other in that event.
Almost too familiar. Oconomowoc ran fastest time in the state, 127.97, winning that. Arrowhead 128.28 for second. Hamilton third, 129.63, and Homestead fourth, 130.77. Fifth is Nicolay, 131.40. Sixth, Milwaukee King, 132.76. Seventh is Milwaukee Riverside, 134.99. And eighth, Whitefish Bay, 136.54.
So the girls' 400-meter dash is next in the track. Lane 1, Sophia Knapp from Nicolay. Lane 2, Martha Mitchell, Whitefish Bay. Lane 3, Claire Reedy from Germantown. Lane 4, Taylor Timish, Arrowhead. Lane 5, Gracie Hageskin from Menominee Falls. Lane 6, Grace Zortman from Homestead. Lane 7, Jayla Peterson, Milwaukee King. Lane 8, Sophia Nelson, Nicolay. Of state rankings, Taylor Timish is 8th in the state with a 58.55.
Okay, real quick, I'll give the results of the boys shot put. First was Joel Brunner, double champion today, 53 feet 7 inches. Second, Nick Blatnick of Arrowhead, 49 feet 5 inches. And third, Colby Horn of Sussex Hamilton, 49 feet 1/2 inch. Those are your 3 state qualifiers.
Again, your timing is impeccable.
Taylor Timish is the favorite in this one. Taylor in lane 4. She's already made up the Sager on lane 5. I think she's determined to go out and get after it and try to get a new PR. Not only qualify, but
Yeah, I mean, take advantage of the conditions like tonight. I'm sure she hasn't had a perfect night like this all season.
yeah.
Looks really strong.
On the inside, that's Claire Reedy in second place. And Grace Hanschen of Menominee Falls looks to be in third. Taylor looks to have run about 58. Claire left it all out on the track there. She just collapsed about one step after the finish. But she's a qualifier as well as Gracie. Congratulations. We'll get your times for you in a moment.
Little less than 10 minutes to the girls 4x1. Your race starts at 6:45. The boys 4x1, 6:50.
Taylor Timish improved on her best time this season. She wins that 58.50. Taylor Timish of Arrowhead. Second, Gracie Hanschen of Menominee Falls, 1:00.14. And Claire Reedy of Germantown, third, 1:00.15. Fourth is Grace Zortman, Homestead, 1:01.43. Fifth, Martha Mitchell, Whitefish Bay, 1:01.73. Sixth, Jayla Peterson, Milwaukee King, 1:05.24. Seventh, Sophia Canat of Nicolay, 1:05.34. And eighth is Sophia Nelson of Nicolay, 1:05.42.
So next up on the track is the boys 400-meter dash. Lane 1, Kiwan Porter, Milwaukee Tech. Mitchell Dryden, Whitefish Bay, Mitchell Dryden from Whitefish Bay. James Hughes in lane 3 from Milwaukee Tech. Lane 4, Steve Esterly from Menominee Falls. Lane 5, Nate White from Milwaukee King. Lane 6, Harrison Cull from Oconomowoc. Lane 7, Jason Cole from Germantown. Lane 8, Jacob Fink from Arrowhead. Steve Esterly from Menominee Falls has the 7th fastest time in the state at 49.74. Jason Cole has the 18th. He's from Germantown, 50.22. And Oconomowoc's Harrison Cull has the 25th fastest time, 50.69.
And Nate White might be the outlier in this particular race. We saw him run one heck of a great 100. And, you know, I expect he's going to go right after, and he's going to be a player in here.
Ahead of the start of the boys 400, we have your winners of the boys 4x2. In third place with a time of 1:29.63, Sussex Hamilton. In second place with a time of 1:28.28, Arrowhead. And in first with a time of 1:27.97, Oconomowoc.
I've got results of the girls' discus. In first place, Maddie McGath of Brookfield East, 119 feet. Second, McKenna Sepik of Oconomowoc, 118 feet. Third is Faith Arushula of Brookfield East, 110 feet 4 inches. Those are your 3 state qualifiers. Fourth is Kira Fax of Tosa West, 107.5. Fifth, Joy Amahi, Milwaukee King, 90 feet 5 inches. Sixth, Grace Reimers of Whitefish Bay, 78 feet 9 inches. Seventh, Melissa Papilo of Milwaukee Riverside, 74 feet 2 inches. And eighth is Taylor Ivory of Milwaukee Marshall, 62 feet.
So, Coach, talking about Nate White in this next event, 400, after that great 100, you know, his seat time is not that far off the fastest in this 400. So,
yeah, I don't want to say that he's considered an outlier in here, because I think he might be ready to really put one together. I mean, he ran under 11 seconds for the 100. Clearly, he's got the speed, and I would venture to say his raw speed is better than anybody else's there, you know. And it's also an endurance event. People don't think of all sprints as never an endurance component, but there is an endurance component. But I look for Nate to be right there when they come off that last turn.
yeah, and you know, coming off a win like he did in the 100, in one sense, he got nothing to lose, right? He's going against 3 guys ahead of him that are ranked in the top 25 in the state. You run with confidence, running relaxed, be interesting to see what he does.
Yeah, and Stefan Esterly is awfully tough. He ran one heck of an anchor leg in our 4x4 relay on Monday. Sit back and enjoy.
Jacob Fink in lane 8. I think he's going to do pretty well. I think he's going to get top 5. That's my prediction.
Yeah, Jacob has run much faster than what his seed time was.
All right, top 4. I'll move up 1.
Well, looks like Esterly is out hard. Harrison Call as well. At this point, my perspective is Esterly is right there with the lead. Call. Looks like James Hughes of Milwaukee Bradley Tech.
So this is where the endurance part of the race comes in.
Yes, it does. Jason Kale looking awfully strong. He's the guy that we were not paying much attention to, and he's going to win this one. Sub 50. Esterly second and Harrison Cole third. What a great race.
I think Jacob Fink was 4th.
Yeah, he's a very good 400 runner. There's not a doubt about that. As we call it, Jason Kale first, 49.35. Second, Stefan Esterly, 49.99. Third is Harrison Cole, 50.03. These are your 3 state qualifiers. Fourth is Jacob Fink of Arrowhead, 51.32. Fifth is Mitchell Dryden, Whitefish Bay, 51.58. Sixth is James Hughes, Bradley Tech, 51.78. Seventh is Kai Jun Porter of Milwaukee Bradley Tech, 52.05. Eighth is Nate White of Milwaukee King, 56.04. All that we were saying about Nate, I think maybe when it got to be 200 meters and he might have saw that, maybe it's best to just dial it back and save it for his last race. So we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, that's another interesting point because we're not sprinters, you and I, distance runners, but you think of going at 100 meters under 11, what lactic acid, what kind of recovery did he have coming back? I can't imagine running as fast as he did in that 100. So all of a sudden you're running 4 times at a distance, almost as fast. Do your legs have anything left? So it was a...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I think you have to make decisions. You have to make intelligent decisions, and he maybe did do a very intelligent decision to save it for his last race.
So next will be the girls 4x1 relay, and lane 1 we have Milwaukee Marshall, lane 2 Milwaukee King, lane 3 Nicolay, lane 4 Oconomowoc, lane 5 Sussex Hamilton, lane 6 Homestead, lane 7 Menominee Falls, and lane 8 Milwaukee Riverside. I'll let you do the honors on this one. If you want to look at our state honor roll, this is going to be another unbelievable race.
Usually at a sectional, you divide up the state and you say, okay, there's eight different sectionals and think about state rankings. This one event out of just this one of the 8 sectionals has 5 honor roll times. Nicolay is 9th, 50.19. Oconomowoc 4th, 49.72. Hamilton 11th, 50.28. Homestead 16th, 15.61. And Menominee Falls 25th, 51.17. We'll see how many teams get under 50. It'll probably take that in order to qualify.
Interesting, lane 1's not using blocks.
Hamilton, Oconomowoc, whether it's hard to see who made the first exchange. I think maybe Hamilton. Homestead's running very well. I think it might be Ocon has a slight lead. Let's see how they exchange. Ooh, they had a little hiccup on their exchange. No, I'm sorry, that was I was calling somebody else for Ocon. Oh no, there's a little bit of a stumble, and it looks like Milwaukee King pulled that out. Wow.
That didn't disappoint, did it?
No.
Oh, goodness.
Oh man.
We'll have the results of that race momentarily. Now, lost and found one. We have a pair of AirPod.
3 teams under all the 3 of the state qualifiers were under 50 seconds. King wins at 49.58. Oconomowoc second, 49.59. Third is Hamilton, 49.90. Fourth was Nicolay, 50.12. Nicolay was right in there until that last exchange. Menominee Falls, 50.44. Homestead, 50.99. Milwaukee Riverside, 7th, 52.61. Milwaukee Marshall, 8th, 53.05.
So next up on the track is a 4x100 meters for the boys. Lane 1, Milwaukee King. Lane 2, Wauwatosa West. Lane 3, Sussex Hamilton. Lane 4, Oconomowoc. Lane 5, Arrowhead. Lane 6, Whitefish Bay. Lane 7, Milwaukee Marshall. Lane 8, Nicolay. And again, we're going to be treated here. Sussex Hamilton, 12th fastest time in the state. Oconomowoc, 2nd. And Arrowhead, 8th.
What do we say about this being the toughest sectional in the state, Dan?
I think it's living up to its billing. But again, the way I look at it, state's going to be nothing for these guys when they qualify because they're used to the best competition year-round, and it's just another day at the office.
It's a blessing and a curse, like we said earlier, and it's a blessing to be able to run against such great competition. It plays out to be a curse if maybe you're the 4th place team and just miss making it. Looks like Evan Herman from Hamilton, their state qualifier in the hurdles, is running leadoff for them. And I know that Ryder Smith anchors for Oconomowoc, and he is just an outstanding sprinter. State medalist last year, and Arrowhead's got a strong team. So look at those lanes, 3, 4, 5 to be quite the battle.
I think Arrowhead's going to be glad Ryder's graduating because he's been good for a long time. I've seen his name for years.
Just as I name the teams that are the favorites, and I cannot discount these other schools in there. This is top to bottom. This is a tough competitive race. Looked like Arrowhead maybe made the exchange first. They might have a slight lead. It's Whitefish Bay on their outside is running very, very well. Ocon looks really good. Here comes Ocon. Arrowhead maybe has a slight lead. Arrowhead, Oconomowoc. Here we go. Arrowhead. Now it's Oconomowoc. It's going to win this one. Arrowhead second. And it's going to be so close. Hamilton and Whitefish Bay. Good thing we got electronic timing, Dan.
Yeah, Whitefish Bay came on strong in that last runner. Wow.
0.08 of a second separated Arrowhead and Oconomowoc. Oconomowoc wins it 43.05. Arrowhead 43.13. Whitefish Bay 43.32. Hamilton fourth 43.43. That's Tosa West in fifth at 44.25. Marshall sixth 44.73. King 44.88. And Nicolay 45.11.
So the next event is the 300-meter hurdles, and they're busy setting up the hurdles on the track right now, so we got a few minutes. The first heat will be the girls. Lane 1 is Gretchen Reichar from Whitefish Bay. Lane 2, Kefeli Igoni from Nicolay. Lane 3, Rachel Kleinhans from Arrowhead. Lane 4, Eva Brandenburg from Homestead. Lane 5, Gretchen McNeil from Germantown. Lane 6, Henna Kingdom from Wauwatosa West. Lane 7, Lizzie Gerzadas from Whitefish Bay. And lane 8, Harmony Hudson from Milwaukee King. Eva Brandenburg in lane 4 has the second fastest time in the state in this event. Lane 3, Rachel Kleinhans is the 10th fastest. In lane 5, Gretchen McNeil is the 20th.
In this race, Eva Brandenburg has the fastest seed time, and she clearly looks to be the heavy favorite, but you can never discount anybody. Rachel had a great race in the 110 highs, or 100 meter high hurdles, so she might be giving her a push.
A slight delay in the start. They're paging one athlete who hasn't reported yet. Looks like, is it Keith Zizi down there? They're looking for her. Looks like the Milwaukee King coach is looking for the athlete, but they can't find her. So we're going to start with 7 instead of 8.
That's Brandenburg over the hurdle first. Rachel Kleinhans pretty clearly in second. They come off the turn, all the stagers will be have made up. Brandenburg leading. Kleinhans second. McNeil of Germantown is running third right here. Eva's going to win this one, sub 45. Wow, looks like Rachel held on for second. And Gretchen McNeil third. We'll get the time on that in just a moment. Eva Brandenburg wins that race 44.76. Second, Gretchen McNeil of Germantown, 46.09. Third is Rachel Kleinhans, Arrowhead, 46.15. Fourth is Kefeli Igoni of Nicolay, 48.68. Fifth is Hannah Kingdon of Wauwatosa West, 50.17. Sixth is Lily Gerzadas, Whitefish Bay, 52.24. And seventh is Gretchen Griescher of Whitefish Bay, 53.72.
Next up is the boys 300-meter hurdles. They're just adjusting the heights of the hurdles right now. Lane 1, we have Lizelle Miller from Milwaukee King. Lane 2, Tobias Jewell from Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 3, Kyle Yankee from Arrowhead. Lane 4, Logan Hicks, Arrowhead. Lane 5, Mike Nugent, Arrowhead. Lane 6, Jonas Price from Germantown. Lane 7, Kai Forrest from Nicolay. And lane 8, Randy Staples from Milwaukee Tech. So in the 300-meter hurdles, right now Logan Hicks has the fastest time in D1, 39 flat. Mike Nugent is 11th at 40.24. And Kyle Yankee's 19th in 40.61. This is one of those events we're talking about earlier, Coach. Get your athletes through to state.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, these are not time sections at state meet. So at the state meet, there will be 3 sections, 3 heats of prelims to make it into Saturday's finals. So a week from tomorrow will be the prelims for certain events, finals for certain field events, and a few distance events. But the hurdles and a lot of this, all the sprints will be just a prelims that they have to run. Clearly, they would want to get a preferred lane assignment, but
this has obviously been a strong event for Arrowhead all year. These 3 hurdlers have been doing just an unbelievable job. So it's not a foregone conclusion that they'll go 1, 2, 3, but I think that's based on seat times and where they're ranked. That's what Arrowhead would hope for.
And what you pointed out before, I mean, they're just great training partners for each other and push each other daily in practice.
Yeah, Kyle and Logan, both sophomores.
While we're talking about that, let's give a shout out to Arrowhead hurdle coach Neil Smeedema. He's coached many outstanding hurdlers, and this might be the best trio of hurdlers he's ever had.
So Logan Hicks has a 8th grade brother, Caleb Hicks, who broke all of Logan's middle school records. So he'll be at Arrowhead next year.
Thanks to his grade school hurdle coach, Dan Held.
His dad, Scott Hicks.
And other people.
I'm there to tell him, hey, nice job, good race. But it's just, I guess the point is, you know, there's depth in the grade schools around here that when they see the high schoolers doing so well, they get excited about it. I mean, we've got 8th grade girl pole vaulters at 10 feet right now. Just, they're thrilled about what they can do when they get to Arrowhead and what the tradition has started with these field events here.
The great ones now are inspiring the next generation of great hurdlers, athletes, not just hurdlers. Well, there's no technology snafus here. They're just holding it up. They're trying to keep it at a predetermined start time for each race so that there's an amount of recovery between events.
Yeah, and I just think they got started late on the girls because they were looking for that last athlete who scratched.
Watch the middle lanes. That's Hicks over that hurdle first. Nugent looks in second. Looks like Yankee for Arrowhead third. Germantown out in lane 6. I think first and second might be determined right here. Oh. Mike Nugent went down. Logan Hicks is going to win this one. Looks like Kyle Yankee second, and third is Jonas Price of Germantown. Mike Nugent went down, still scrambled to his feet and finished fourth. It's tough to see.
Yeah, and it wasn't that he just went down. He went down hard, and it was tough to get back to his feet.
The official times, Logan Hicks first, 4.06. Second, Kyle Yankee, Arrowhead, 40.55. Third is Jonas Price of Germantown, 40.64. Fourth is Mike Nugent of Arrowhead, 42.27. Fifth is Tobias Jewell of Milwaukee Riverside, 43.95. Sixth, Randy Staples, Milwaukee Bradley Tech, 45.04. Seventh is Kai Force of Nicolay, 45.26. And eighth is Lizelle Miller of Milwaukee King, 45.60.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
10-minute warning to the boys 800. And we have the results from the girls 200-meter hurdles. Please turn your attention to the podium. In third place from Arrowhead with a time of 46.15, Rachel Kleinhans. In second place from Germantown with a time of 46.09, Gretchen McNeil. And in first place with a time of 44.76 from Homestead, Ava Brandenburg.
So our next event on the track is going to be the girls' 800-meter run. We have Hannah Dawes from Brookfield East, Shaylin Swenson from Homestead, Ellie Brunner from Arrowhead, Maddie Heidvogel from Oconomowoc, Paige Hagland from Whitefish Bay, Peyton Weiss from Milwaukee King, Zell Rios from Whitefish Bay, and Caroline Schmidt from Whitefish Bay. Looks like Peyton Weiss from King has a 2:19 time, which is 9th fastest in the state.
I was at that race, at that meet when she ran that. That was a hail distance night, and that is such a great event. You distance coaches, if you get the opportunity to have a very talented athlete and you want to get them into a kind of race where they can get a PR and be pushed, that certainly is the meet to do it. And she ran awfully well that day, running her PR of 2:19.19. Peyton's a senior.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because a lot of times in Wisconsin we have to travel Illinois or further than Illinois, but to get to these distance events where you have the best of the best, and to do that here in our backyard, if you've got somebody quality like you said, get them there, and it's just 800, 1600, 3200.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, and they have several heats,
Yep.
So it's not just the top 8 that are racing. It's probably the top 24 maybe.
I know a lot of times distance runners of that quality will have to fly out to California to run in some invitationals.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
So, Coach, you know these names better than I do, but what I'm seeing here, we should have a pretty tight race based on seed times and the fact that Peyton's seed time is 6th of the 8, but yet she's got one of the fastest times in the state.
Yeah, you know what, and this one is maybe a bit tough to call too. You don't know who might be really coming on and hitting their peak right now, and sometimes too people, you know, hit great times early in the season and then maybe they get dinged up or, you know, and sick or slight injury and they're off their game slightly.
I don't know if any of these, again, didn't pay attention to the 4x8 that closely who was running, but I'm wondering if these girls are all fresh for this 800.
Ellie Brunner, I know for Arrowhead ran, but I couldn't identify, and I don't have time now that they're in their
At least a
in their
freshman, though.
lanes.
Freshman can bounce back.
Yeah,
No problems. When they become seniors, then it's a little tougher.
yeah.
Right?
They don't know enough to
To be tired.
be tired.
On the track now, the girls 800-meter run.
Does look like Peyton is taking it out.
And Hannah Dawes, when they make the break, and Shaylin Swenson of Homestead's going to be, they're going to be right packed together. Ellie Brunner as well. Peyton Weiss is going to settle into second. Shaylin Swenson leading. But it's a tight pack. Swenson and Weiss, Dawes, Brunner. Got two Whitefish Bay girls there. I don't know which one is which.
It's going to be a good last lap. They're all together.
Yeah. About 110, about 110.5.
Heidvogel, who's in the back of that pack, though, she looks good, too. She's not falling off.
Oh, Hannah, yes, yeah. Or Maddie, her sister was Hannah.
It is stretching out a little, but it's still anybody's race.
This is a 10-minute warning for the girls 200. Your race starts at 7:20.
And who is that leading coach? Is that
That looks like Peyton Weiss is
Peyton?
still in the lead, yeah. Shaylin Swenson, Hannah Dawes, Ellie Brunner. Peyton looks very strong coming off the turn. Second and third have kind of separated themselves from fourth. Peyton Weiss, Shaylin Swenson, Hannah Dawes. Another great race. Okay, the winner, as we call it, Peyton Weiss, Milwaukee King, 220.99. Second, Hannah Dawes, Brookfield East, 222.63. Third is Shaylin Swenson of Homestead, 222.75. Those are your three stick qualifiers. Fourth went to Paige Hagelund of Whitefish Bay, 225.64. Fifth is Maddie Heidvogel of Oconomowoc, 226.28. Sixth, Ellie Brunner of Arrowhead, 227.27. Seventh is Ixel Rios of Whitefish Bay, 228.72. And eighth is Caroline Schmidt of Whitefish Bay, 234.91.
So next up is the boys 800-meter run. We have Charlie Wesley from Arrowhead, Ty Getz from Arrowhead, Colby Sennett from Homestead, Nathan Klauk from Arrowhead, James Wiesman from Nicolay, Jonah Block, Whitefish Bay, Jonathan Lucas, Whitefish Bay, and Owen Bostwick, Whitefish Bay. Charlie Wesley's currently third ranked in the state at 153.99. Ty Getz sixth at 155.12. And Nathan Clark 24th at 158.67. Now, Coach, this is another one of those events. You know, you've got three of these athletes are in the top 25 for state, all for Arrowhead. Ideally, they'd want them all three to get through to give them potential for maximum points at state.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they're, you know, I think Charlie and Ty still have another race, a 4x4, and I think they want to run very, very hard, but I don't think they want to empty the tank because they still have another race coming up. Nathan, this is his second race, but, you know, he'll be emptying the tank trying to make the state and to make the fast section. And that's not discounting anybody else in the race, but clearly those guys, those three, have the three fastest times overall.
So what's interesting on the heat sheet, we've got three Whitefish Bay guys, 208, 208, 210. That could be indicative of a slow regional, that they didn't have to run that fast to qualify. I don't know. Or are they going to be dark horse here where they could actually compete for a third place?
Yeah, that's a real unknown in there. It's the wild card. But as far as the state honor roll goes, I think that should be an indication of what the expectations are and what they hope to do. Look for Charlie Wesley, lane one, to take it out very hard. Wesley, Ty Getz, looks like Cody Sennert of Homestead, and Nathan Klauk of Arrowhead. James Westman, Nicolay.
I guess is Coach Bosley at Homestead told Colby just to hang with those guys as long as he can.
Now Klauk is starting to move up. Charlie's going to be coming through at about a 56.
Good opening split.
Ty Getz right on his heels, so they're both 56. I
Logan's
think
moving into third.
Nathan was about a 57. Here comes Klauk. Klauk moving up to Ty Getz, and they're both moving up now to Charlie Wesley.
Nicolay in fourth.
Yeah, that's James Westman.
Yeah. Again, the 2:08 seed time could be deceiving. He's hanging right there.
He's having a day, no doubt about that. They're coming off the turn. It's Wesley.
Split in the middle.
Charlie Wesley's digging, leaning.
Look at those times, though. Wow.
Yeah. So much for the seed times, although three of the four seed times showed up.
That's the I don't know if it's the beautiful thing about sectionals, but look at a seed time and maybe he didn't have a strong regional. He could just coast through it. I'm anxious to hear these times, Coach.
Winning was James Westman of Nicolay, 155.27. Second, Charlie Wesley, Arrowhead, 155.32. Third, Nathan Clark, Arrowhead, 155.86. Fourth, Ty Getz, Arrowhead, 155.95. Fifth is Colby Sennert of Homestead, 159.61. Sixth, Jonathan Lucas, Whitefish Bay, 200.10. And seventh is Jonah Block of Whitefish Bay, 205.32. Boy, that was one heck of a race by James Westman. Nowhere on the honor roll, and to pull off a 155.27.
So again, 200-meter girls, lane 1, Destiny Mitchell, Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 2, Angela Dale, Nicolay. Lane 3, Corinne Moga from Homestead. Lane 4, Lola Kolawale from Whitefish Bay. Lane 5, Taylor Timish, Arrowhead. Lane 6, Cassandra Uribe, Sussex Hamilton. Lane 7, Michaela Stinson, Wauwatosa West. Lane 8, Chloe Mitchell from Nicolay. In lane 4, Lola Kolawale has the second fastest time in the state. So going back to that 800 though, Coach, you have 3 Arrowhead runners running 155. That bodes very well for their 4x8.
Yeah, it sure does. It's high level on there. Give a big shout out to their coach, Mike Ray.
And I would think all 3 are going to get through, even though they weren't in the top 3.
I think there's a good shot that 155 is going to make that top 8. You know, the way they're moving this along, I think they're disregarding the time schedule now. Could be some bad weather.
Correct. I think they're
way.
looking at the radar, and there might be something coming through, but
Lola Kolawale is out awfully hard. Lane 4.
Destiny Mitchell in lane 1.
Yes, Destiny and Lola were the qualifiers in the 100. Looks like Lola's going to win this. Destiny second.
Third is going to be close.
Third is either Moga of Homestead or Taylor Timish of Arrowhead. And here are the results. First was Lola Kolawale, Whitefish Bay, 25.34. Second, Destiny Mitchell, Milwaukee Riverside, 25.77. Third is Corinne Moga, Homestead, 26.19. Fourth, Taylor Timish, Arrowhead, 26.21, just 2/100ths of a second separating them. Fifth is Michaela Stinson of Tosa West, 26.68. Sixth, Cassandra Uribe of Sussex Hamilton, 26.93. Seventh is Angela Dale of Nicolay, 26.94. And eighth is Chloe Mitchell, Nicolay, 28.03.
So quickly, the boys 200-meter dash. Lane 1, Jason Cole, Germantown. Lane 2, Nate White, Milwaukee King. Lane 3, Landon Galloon, Whitefish Bay. Lane 4, Will Smith, Whitefish Bay. Lane 5, Ryder Smith, Oconomowoc. Lane 6, Will Trout, Arrowhead. Lane 7, George Dankwa, Milwaukee King. And lane 8, Will Van Fossen, Germantown. So Coach, our meteorologist, Owen Kowaleski, went outside, and there are some dark clouds coming through, so I think that's why they are moving up the pace of this meet.
The prudent thing is to move it along then.
Thanks, Owen. So I got a quick second here. Will Smith in lane 4 has the 6th fastest time right now at 22.13. Ryder Smith is 13th at 22.31. In lane 1, Jason Cole got the 24th fastest time, 22.45.
Jason had one heck of a time race in that open 4 as well, so he's on fire today.
expect nothing less when you're at Hayward Field of the Midwest.
That's correct. Nick White is out well. Obviously, Will Smith is. Ryder Smith. Will Smith, Nate White, and Jason Kale is the way I saw it.
Nate White, that's a heck of a triple. 100, 400, 200. Wow.
Will Smith breaks 22 seconds, 21.97. Will Smith, Whitefish Bay, wins that one. Great race. Second, Nate White, Milwaukee King, 22.50. Third is Jason Kale of Germantown, 22.60. Fourth, Ryder Smith, Oconomowoc, 23.01. Fifth is Landon Galoon of Whitefish Bay, 23.06. Sixth, George Danqua of Milwaukee King, 23.14. Seventh is Will Trout, Arrowhead, 23.43. And eight is Will Von Fossen, Germantown, 23.77.
So, Coach, if you look to the left outside the box here, it is getting dark. So we're moving up. They should run the boys and girls together in this 3,200. The girls 3,200 meters is next on the track. We have Kushitana from Germantown, Ann Straka, Arrowhead, Carly Elkin, Sussex Hamilton, Libby Ray, Arrowhead, Lily Kriegel, Whitefish Bay, Natalie Miller, Whitefish Bay, Mary Block, Whitefish Bay, and Elsa Berner from Milwaukee King. Lily Kriegel currently is 11th in the state at 11:06, and she also ran that pretty impressive 1,600 earlier.
Yeah, she knows what she's about. And yet in this race, I think the 1,600, she knew she had to really keep the foot on the gas pedal in order to make the fast section. This one, there's just a one section, so she might take it a little bit.
So looking at their seed times from regional, Coach, so the Whitefish Bay girls ran 13:14, 13:21, and 13:35. Now, Lily Kriegel's best is 11:06. So they obviously took it very easy to qualify. So it'd be interesting to see what all three Whitefish Bay girls do here. They're going to be fresh.
Yeah, they're going to be in the mix, no doubt.
This is the second call for the boys 3,200 meter run. On the track right now, the girls 3,200. We see runners Kushitana of Germantown, Ann Straka of Arrowhead, Carly Alkin of Sussex Hamilton, Libby Ray of Arrowhead, Lily Kriegel of Whitefish Bay, Natalie Miller of Whitefish Bay, Mary Block of Whitefish Bay, and Elsa Berner of Milwaukee King.
The whole group is together right now. And I think they're just going to be feeling out the pace this first lap, maybe in the first two laps. Kushitana has a slight lead. It looked like Lily Kriegel in second. Libby Ray in third. Carly Alkin in fourth. I believe that's Natalie Miller or Mary Block from Whitefish Bay. It's definitely not a wicked pace for that first lap.
With the girls 3,200 feet underway, we
Kushitana and Lily Kriegel. Cushy from Germantown, Lily from Whitefish Bay are running shoulder to shoulder about 15 meters ahead of the rest of the field. Rest of the field led by Carly Elkin of Sussex Hamilton, Libby Ray of Arrowhead, two Whitefish Bay girls are in there, and also Ann Straka of Arrowhead.
Now to the podium, we have the boys long jump winners as the rain starts. In third place from Oconomowoc, Connor Doyle. In second from Sussex Hamilton, Alexander Eichman.
It's beginning to rain. The umbrellas are going up. Some of the people are heading for cover. Won't affect anyone in this race. They're battle tested for all the inclement weather, especially what we had this spring. Kushitana and Lily Kriegel continue to lead. Maybe the bigger story is going to be back there where we've got third, fourth, fifth, sixth within about 3 meters of each other. It's Carly Elkin in that group, Libby Ray. And it's either Natalie Miller or Mary Block. I can't exactly identify the two Whitefish Bay girls, and Ann Straka. Came through the 1200 at 4:24. Would be about on pace to run around 11:50, maybe 11:45.
Result now for the boys 200-meter dash. In third place from Germantown, Jason Cole with a time of 22.60. In second from Milwaukee King with a time of 22.50, Nate White. And in first place from Whitefish Bay with a time of 21.97, Will Smith.
So I just went outside and looked. There's a, what direction is that?
North.
North. There's
Northwest
a,
a little bit, yeah.
there was some lightning and some pretty bad clouds, but it seems like it's staying north.
Keep it up there. Okay, we're coming up on the mile, 1600. Kushitana and Lily Kriegel continue to lead. They're coming through at about a 5:52. And that is either Natalie Miller or Mary Block has now moved into third.
And there's the rain. Now the rain's starting.
Carly Elkin is fourth. And Libby Ray is fifth. Yeah, it's coming down pretty steady now.
I don't see the boys down at the getting ready for the next. They might hold off after this race completes.
I do see the Homestead kids there doing some strides. Now Lily has moved into the lead. Cushy's about 8 meters back, but now she has about 40 meters, maybe 50 meters on third place. Coming up with 3 laps to go.
As the girls 32 continues, we have the result of the boys 800-meter run. In third place, we have Nathan Block with a time of 1:55.86. In second place, a time of 1:55.32, also from Arrowhead, Charlie Wesley. And in first place from Nicolay with a time of 1:55.27, James Westman.
Now Lily Kriegel has clearly moved out in a comfortable lead. She's probably 25 meters in front of Kushitana. And I believe that's Natalie Miller. I hope I'm not miscalling it on the other Whitefish Bay girls. There's Natalie Miller and also Mary Block in there. Natalie Miller in third, Libby Ray in fourth, and Carly Elkin in fifth. And that's going to be the battle to watch here with 2 laps to go. Who's going to get that third spot?
I didn't realize Lily Kriegel's only a sophomore.
Only going to get better. Now it's Natalie Miller and Libby Ray battling for third and fourth, and Carly is back about 20 meters.
I mean, Cushy looks like she's running well, but Libby's pursuing now. There's still time.
And Libby just moved into third. Maybe she's ready to make a surge and try to get away from Natalie Miller a little bit, although there really is not much distance between them.
But does it look like they're closing the gap on second a little bit?
Yeah, there is. They're battling back and forth, and I think Cushy is kind of stuck in no man's land, and they're gradually closing up on her.
It's not raining hard, but it's enough.
And a lap to go, 10-11 with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, I think these two might catch second here. Third and fourth.
Kushitana has, I think she's going to have about a 6-second lead on Libby and Natalie. We saw Tyler Hyman run, make up more than even 6 seconds in that last lap at the Myram Invite. So
yeah, they're
clearly Lily's going to win this. And they've closed up a bit on Kushitana. Cushy still probably has a 4 to 5 second lead. Libby's being cheered on by her brother Seth. And Libby's starting to move. She's closed down enough that we could say it's maybe reachable to catch her. She is really moving now. Lily is winning this one. Kushitana is holding second, but Libby is closing up. Cushy put in a little surge. Libby's going to finish third. 11:34 winning time. Kushitana second and Libby Ray third. Congratulations.
All right, as we finish up the girls' 3200, we have the results for the girls. Pole vault in third place,
And here are the final results. Lily Kriegel first, 11:34.88. Second is Kushitana, 11:45.44. Third, Kushitana from Germantown. Lily from Whitefish Bay. Third is Libby Ray of Arrowhead, 11:47.14. Fourth is Natalie Miller of Whitefish Bay, 11:48.67. Fifth is Carly Alkin of Sussex Hamilton, 12:09.86. Sixth, Ann Straka of Arrowhead, 12:31.63. Mary Block is going to finish seventh, and Elsa Berner of Milwaukee King, eighth.
The rain did look like it let up a little bit as the boys are going to start here for the 3,200 meter run. We have Owen Bosley from Homestead, Hayden Tribold from Oconomowoc, Dominic Silhole from Homestead, Cullen Boyle from Homestead, Andrew Jameson, Whitefish Bay, John Barchot from Whitefish Bay, Dylan Kroll, Nicolay, Max Siegel from Milwaukee King.
And we got the results of the girls' pole vault. Again, the pole vault was conducted indoors. First place goes to Peyton Berryman of Homestead, 12 feet. Second place, Sophie Harriet of Arrowhead, 12 feet. Third is Ryan Wesley of Whitefish Bay, 11 feet 6 inches. Fourth, Michaela Pardoon of Arrowhead, 11 feet 3 inches. Fifth, Morgan Lee of Oconomowoc, 11 feet. Sixth is Sophia Dresdel of Nicolay, 9 feet 6 inches. Seventh is Alina Hildenbrand of Nicolay, 8 feet. And eighth is Bridget Spears, Whitefish Bay, 7 feet.
So in this boys 3,200 meter run, Owen Bosley from Homestead has the state's fastest time right now, 9:05.98. Hayden Triebold from Oconomowoc has the 10th fastest time, 9:26. And Dominic Silhole, the 19th fastest time at 9:34. Homestead's got 3 runners in this, Coach. Looks like they're trying to do what Arrowhead did in the 300 meter hurdles, get all 3 through, but it's going to be a battle with Hayden Triebold from Oconomowoc in there.
Yeah, this is a loaded field, no doubt about that. And in fact, you know, 4 qualifiers, 5th place out of this regional was within about 3/10 of 4th place. So it was really a battle at the regionals. They had to run very, very hard.
Yeah, and it's interesting again, like the girls race, we've got Whitefish Bay 11:02 and 11:02 for their seat times coming in. Again, tells me they didn't have a very difficult regional to qualify. I don't know these two, Andrew Jameson or John Barchett, but I would suspect they're going to be in the mix as long as they can, because I think that 11:02 is very misleading.
Yes. We'll probably see here in the first lap how hard they're going to try to take it out. Are they going to race it right from the gun, or are they going to be somewhat tactical the first lap or two and then try to throw in a surge and break it up a little bit?
So we talked about Zach Vance liking to be a front runner. It seems he likes to get out front. How about Hayden Triebold from Oconomowoc? Same kind of mentality, or is he, in your expertise from watching him?
I've seen him race, and he'll stick to the leader. I don't know if I've seen him this year go out and you know, just try to run away or from everyone.
The races I've seen him run have always been with Zach Vance, and the two of them work very well together.
Yeah, they do. They've got a great teamwork going back and forth with each other.
But you know, you're in a race here right now. You're going against the best in the state as far as times go with Owen Bosley. So why not just go and see what you can do?
Yeah.
Him as long as you can. I know Owen doesn't like to lead until maybe 3 laps to go. You try to put the hammer down, but.
Well, and the other thing that we have to say is Owen is a very capable runner as a miler as well, and he chose to just run in the 3,200, and you know, I think he may decide to try to put it down pretty good here.
Well, you know, the other thing that's interesting in this race is Dominic Silhole, who maybe his times aren't as fast as they were last year. I don't know if he's injured, but he's as capable. He's been running since cross country, a few seconds back of Owen.
Oh yeah, and the state cross country meet, those guys they were both on the podium. Owen was third, and I believe Dominic was 7th or 8th.
Here they go right now, 1-2, kind of, you know, and then you've got Cullen Boyle right there. So the plan is to make it honest from the gun.
And I think that's where the race is going to be. Those 4 guys. Bosley, Dom Silhole.
They were about 70 seconds,
Peyton.
9:20 pace.
Yeah. Peyton Trebold and Cullen Boyle, yeah.
In third place, from Arrowhead, Olivia Ray. In second place from Germantown, Kushitana.
I believe sectionals was here last year, Coach, at Arrowhead, wasn't it? The sectional
Oh, yeah,
meet?
yeah.
And I was watching it, doing the commentary, and it was Silhole, Bosley, Trebold, and Vance.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. The 4 of them took off.
Yeah.
Girls long jump winners around. Make your way to the award stand. Girls long jump.
The other night, the first lap or 2 was not real wicked pace, but then they really stepped it out after that, and it was Owen that led the charge.
I tell you, and all 4 of them, they look very smooth, very accomplished. You know, I think they're all running well within themselves. I mean, Hayden looks almost like he's jogging right now, just sitting back in third,
Yeah.
which is what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
You want to look and feel as easy as possible.
They're about 2:22 or so.
I'm surprised Owen's leading this whole time. I would think with your teammates there, you could take turns.
Yeah, I'm sure that they discussed what strategy they wanted to use, and they're probably applying it perfectly. Owen's dad's his coach, and I'm sure they've planned this one out.
And like we spoke about earlier, the athlete never questions the coach. They always follow to a T. At least in your experience, correct? I've known you
There have been a few exceptions to that,
I've known
Dan.
you long enough, and I know those exceptions.
Yeah, 3:34 at the 1200. It wouldn't surprise me to be a negative pace race where the second mile's faster than the first one.
So the interesting thing here is the top 3 right now are all juniors. They'll
Yeah.
all be back.
Just a little separation with 3rd and 4th, but Cullen is fighting hard to hang in there.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that earlier too. It's like maybe if Cullen doesn't stick with him, he can still get pulled to a fast time, maybe
Yeah.
personal best.
Yeah.
You know, even if he gets gapped, just keeping contact and matching stride, trying to keep that distance as minimal as possible as far as how much you're losing each lap.
The first 3 guys all look within themselves. There's no doubt about that. They're going to be about 4:45-ish, 4:40. Yeah, about 4:46. Owen's leading it through.
Yeah.
Cullen's about 4 seconds back.
So given that split time, my impression is Coach Bosley told him, just qualify, just get through.
Yeah.
Again, we're not talking, you don't have to have the fastest time to get in a fast time.
Yeah.
Just get through. So expend as little energy as you have to win.
Now, Owen's opened up about a 10-meter gap on Peyton,
It's like Hayden's trying to close
or
it.
Hayden rather.
Yeah.
Peyton's his brother. It's twin. Dominic's about 20 meters back of Hayden. They definitely have stepped the pace up in that lap.
Yeah, Hayden is definitely pursuing. He's not going to let him get away. And it's like Owen just took a look back, too. See what's going on behind him. So they're catching a lapped runner.
Well, with 2.5 laps to go, I think it's pretty decided who the qualifiers are going to be.
For Hayden, even though he knows he's going to get that second place at worst, there's something to be said about competing against the best in the state right now going into state.
Oh, absolutely. And he might be trying to test himself, say, okay, how hard can I close it today? And then knowing state meet, you've got to perform like that.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. He's inching closer and closer. And whether he wins or takes second, he knows he can compete with the best. And that's got a lot of confidence going into that final week of the season.
Owen continues to maintain about a 10-meter lead.
I'll tell you,
Hayden
looks
is
good, doesn't
yeah, he looks like he's inching that gap down a bit.
Is the gun lap? Yep.
Yeah, about a 2-second. Owen just stepped it down.
Still looking back, though. He just can't shake Hayden like he wants to. He's still got a decent lead on him, but...
Well, he's got a lot of respect for him, no doubt about that. Owen's going to win this one 9:20 about.
He led wire to wire.
Yeah.
Tough way to do it.
And it looks pretty comfortable. 9:22.
27 high for Hayden. Good time.
Yeah. Here comes Dominic in third, Dominic Sillo. Well, those are your 3 state qualifiers. Cullen Boyle putting it down, finishing his season, his senior career. Had an outstanding career for Homestead. I've seen this guy run a lot. I have a lot of admiration for him. The first 4 places, and those 2 Whitefish Bay runners. I think this is Andrew Jameson here. And Jonathan Barshot is also in race.
So we said Zach Vance only ran 1 race today. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So it would have been interesting to see what he would have done in the 3200. I mean, I think it would have been interesting with Stillhill falling off a little bit, you know.
Oh, yeah,
Even different,
yeah.
totally different dynamic in
Yeah.
the race.
So here are the results. Owen Bosley first, of course, 922.74. Second was Hayden Treebold of Oconomowoc, 928.07. Third is Dominic Silhol of Homestead, 943.26. Fourth is Cullen Boyle of Homestead, 1000.63. Fifth is John Barshot of Whitefish Bay, 1036.10. Sixth is Dylan Kroll of Nicolay, 1105.86. And seventh is going to be Max Siegel. Here comes Max getting a nice applause.
And moving right along, the girls 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Germantown. Lane 2, Arrowhead. Lane 3, Whitefish Bay. Lane 4, Menominee Falls. Lane 5, Brookfield East. Lane 6, Nicolay. Lane 7, Milwaukee King. Lane 8, Milwaukee Bradley Tech. Germantown in lane 1 has the 4th fastest time in the state. Arrowhead number 8, Whitefish Bay 10th, Menominee Falls 20th. So once again, we're going to see a very competitive race.
Yeah, the 4x4 relay at the end of a meet, it's just a grand finale, and it always brings out some great racing. You see people running where you swear they're running on empty, and they're reaching down and racing PRs for themselves.
Look at Whitefish Bay, they have as an anchor Lola Kolawale.
All right, Lola, we'll be watching her. She's going to be a multiple medalist at the state meet next week.
Up next on the track, the girls 4x400 meter relay. Line up in lane 1, Germantown. Arrowhead in 2. Whitefish Bay.
So coach, unless I hear differently, I don't know that lacrosse has called us yet to do the live stream commentary for state. Have you got any?
I don't know if they could afford us, Dan.
Milwaukee King in 7.
Well put.
And Milwaukee Bradley Tech in 8.
They'd have to pay us at least 10 times what we're getting paid right now.
That'd be 10 bottles of water?
That's right. And I'm going to hold out for a whole 12-pack of Pepsi, not just 10 Pepsis.
I'll tell you what, if I get this kind of view for the state track meet, I'll do it for a case of water. I'll even pay my own way and pay my own hotel. We'd bring our whole crew with us, wouldn't we?
For sure.
Got our meteorologist, Owen Kowaleski. Is he still here? Oh, he left. He's checking on the weather, but I think we dodged a bullet with the rain.
Yeah. For something that was almost a certainty on predictions of how horrible it was going to be.
Never would happen at Hayward Field of the Midwest.
No.
Never.
We wouldn't allow it.
I think they would close the roof, though.
Germantown 1, Arrowhead 2, Whitefish Bay 3, Falls 4th, Brookfield East 5, Nicolay 6, Milwaukee King 7, and Milwaukee Bradley Tech in 8.
So at state, coach, do they have prelims for this, or is it just?
Yes, they do, yeah. And there'll be 3 sections. And they'll take 9 into finals, so not just 8.
Okay.
Germantown's leadoff leg is just exploding off this turn. Arrowhead, I believe that's Bella Sams. Going to hold on for second at the exchange, but clearly Germantown's going to have a nice lead. Arrowhead second, Bay third.
So Germantown's fourth time, the fastest time in the state. They did that at regionals on Monday.
Yes, yeah, they looked outstanding. Germantown maintaining about a 12-meter lead on Arrowhead. Arrowhead has about 6 meters over Whitefish Bay. Now it looks like Brook East is in fourth. No, check that. That's Menominee Falls. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Apology to the Falls. Brook East is in fifth.
Now look at Germantown go.
Yeah, they could. They might be running sub-4. It's Sophie Harriet running third leg for Arrowhead. She's about 8 meters back of Whitefish Bay. Pole vault or quarter miler. I love that.
Probably a decathlete in the future.
Very well, could be.
So I see Lola Kolawale. I don't know if she'll make up this gap, but see what she does here in this anchor leg.
I take that back. I don't think that is Sophie run third leg. Lola takes it. And Taylor Timish, 400 champ today.
Right. This is going to be a good battle for second.
Now they're running to qualify. They're also running for preferred lanes when they run the heats on Friday. Taylor Timish anchoring for Arrowhead has pulled up on Lola, and now Lola's throwing down a surge.
I think next 200 meters is going to be like that with these two. They're going to just be...
Yeah.
Not to neglect Germantown, but they've got such a lead.
Yeah, they're...
Germantown.
They might close it.
Interesting.
They might close it down a bit, but they're not going to catch
Germantown
Germantown.
girl looked back on she's coming off that curve.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Taylor. She's got a shot at Lola. 4:02:19 is what the clock shows. Great time. Great time for all three of those teams. Falls is fourth and Brook East fifth. Germantown wins that race 4:02.42. Whitefish Bay second, 4:05.38. Arrowhead third, 4:05.49. Fourth is Menominee Falls, 4:16.05. Fifth, Brookfield East, 4:20.66. Milwaukee King is seventh. I'm sorry, Milwaukee King is sixth, 4:25.90. Nicolay is seventh, 4:31.84. And Bradley Tech is going to be finishing eighth.
So in the boys 4x400, if you're watching right now, this is the mini state meet. So in lane 1, Menominee Falls, lane 2, Arrowhead, lane 3, Brookfield East, lane 4, Germantown, lane 5, Nicolay, lane 6, Whitefish Bay, lane 7, Milwaukee Bradley Tech, lane 8, Milwaukee King. Menominee Falls in lane 1 is the fastest time in the state right now. They are number 1 on the state honor roll. Arrowhead is number 2. Brookfield East is number 6, and Germantown is number 8. You're looking at I would say a preview of the state meet.
Oh, absolutely,
The
absolutely.
final.
I would say that the three qualifiers out of here, and we very well could have an extra qualifier today. And I would say that the qualifiers here are going to be on the podium.
So Menominee Falls ran their 3:23.01 on Monday at regionals. Arrowhead ran their time. They had a regional time of 3:24, but earlier in the season they had 3:23.36.
That was at the conference, yeah.
Conference meet.
Yeah.
At the final event of the day, the boys 4x400-meter relay. Lining up in lane 1, Menominee Falls, Arrowhead in 2, Brookfield East in 3, Germantown in 4, Nicolay in 5, Whitefish Bay in 6, Milwaukee Bradley Tech in 7, and Milwaukee King in 8.
In the regional race, Falls got out and they built a bit of a lead, and they're going to be anchoring with Stephen Esterly, who's on the honor roll, top 10 in the state in the Open 400. So I think if Arrowhead has a chance to beat them, they're going to have to be awfully close at that last exchange, or ideally maybe even giving Charlie Wesley, their anchor, a little bit of a lead. It's Kyle Yankee leading off for Arrowhead. He's already a state qualifier in the 300 hurdles.
Open 400 would seem like nothing when you're with 300 hurdle.
Arrowhead's out well. Falls is out well. Brook East, Germantown.
Yeah, Brookfield East always has great relays.
I would say at this point, Arrowhead has the lead. Here comes Falls, trying to close hard.
Oh, my.
He really is closing.
Yeah, he closed strong.
Yeah, that last 50 meters for Falls was a huge difference maker. That's Ty Getz running second for Arrowhead. Brookfield East third. Germantown fourth. Bay is fifth.
So this is Ty Getz, you said?
Yeah, Ty is closing up. He's closing up.
Falls looks like he's tightening up a little bit, too.
Yeah.
He closed the gap, if not.
And here comes Brookfield East. This is everything we paid for. And Nathan Clark is running third leg.
I think
And Brookfield East just passed. Well, Brookfield East has closing up really hard on Menominee Falls.
yeah. Oh, he's still going.
Yeah,
See if it hits him on 150 to go. That'd drop.
yeah, that was an awfully hard surge. Nathan Clark is starting to close it up a little bit.
That may help, too, now that he went in front. If he ties up, it's going to allow
Yeah.
schools to get back into it.
And Germantown's right there as well. Here comes Nathan Clark closing it up. Boy, they're gonna be handing off within about 0.2 of a second of each other. It's Charlie Wesley anchoring for Arrowhead, Stephen Esterly for Menominee Falls. And Brookfield East looks awfully strong.
I mean, seriously, these could be the top 3 teams at the state meet.
Yes, absolutely. Here
Charlie.
comes Charlie. Charlie's moved up really nice. I don't think he's going to sit. I think he's going to pull right on the turn. He's not going to wait. He's not going to wait. He's not waiting.
Here goes Brookies trying to move.
Yep. Here comes Charlie.
I think Charlie wants a little redemption.
Charlie.
800.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
And
Esterly's coming.
Esterly is coming back.
This is going to be a finish.
It's going to be quite a finish. Oh, and I think Arrowhead got him. Arrowhead falls. Brook East is the way I saw that. Wow.
Nice of admission in that some. We should pay extra.
Oh man, yeah. You'll want to run the tape back and rewatch that one, especially that finish. What a great race.
10 meters back?
Oh yeah, at least 10 to 12, yeah.
Wow. What does PT time we have at Forest?
That concludes our meet. Stand by for 4x4 results, and then we'll go over the standings.
Arrowhead wins it, as we call it, 324.10. Second, Menominee Falls, 324.20. Third, Brookfield East, 324.86. Fourth is Whitefish Bay, 327.01. Fifth, Germantown, 327.05. Sixth is Nicolay, 336.81. Seventh, Bradley Tech, 342.10. And eighth, the Milwaukee King, 348.52. Well, Dan, this is a great meet. It was everything we talked about and probably more. You know, and fortunately the weather held off. We had light to steady rain for a little while during the third two, but it was just one heck of a meet.
Yeah, we've been blessed having the Myrom Conference and now this to be able to call these meets here at Arrowhead. It's just hard to put into words for people watching the talent level of competition that you saw today. You know, you see a lot of fast athletes out there, good marks on the field events. These are some of the best in the state. You'll see them on the podium at state.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, like we said, it's a blessing and a curse. You know, some of those athletes that finish fourth and just missed making it to state. But we do know that people were pushed to the limit and then some, and it was so exciting to be here to call this meet, to watch this meet, and we hope that all our viewers enjoy it and you can play it back over and over and relive the excitement.
Yeah. Coach, thanks for having me do this with you. It's been an honor, and I'll tell you, this has been exciting.
Okay, thanks. And right before you leave, we're going to sign you to a 10-year contract for the next 10 years of doing Arrowhead live stream broadcast.
I'm in.
Okay. Signing off now and enjoy the state meet. It's going to be great competition.